god.
Another one.
Oh my god.
Another one.
god, another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Another one.
Hello guys, sound check. How's my sound? Can you hear me great, or is it too low? Sounds good. Great, thank you. So how are you all doing? A 3 out of 10 in sound check or what? Bit low. I tried to increase it and I don't wanna hurt my neck by leaning forward too much. Do you hear a fan sound in the background? Because I have a fan in the background, so I'm not overheating. I guess I have to speak loud. Hopefully, sounds like a little echo or static. Yeah, it could be my fan in the room that is quite loud, and I'm trying to exclude that sound. But yeah, tell me if it's too low or too bad. Sound check, not the best quality. Squirrel is in the background. What? No. Yeah, I guess it's the sound noise. I have a quite loud fan, but if I'm not running that, my computer crashes. It may still crash if it gets way too overheat. It's a hot day today, very hot. So I got around 31 degree here in my room, so I need to run the fan to not die. Hello, Avera TV. Yeah, a little drum roll in the background. Yeah, I have it on the lowest fan as well, but it's still a very loud fan, so lots of background noise. Maybe I can do the NVIDIA noise cancellation actually. I tested that once and no one can hear it. Is it too annoying or is it fine? Because I can't really sound check. You need to water cool your room, indeed. Indeed. I have water cooling in the computer, but since the room is 31 degrees, you know, it's tough to cool down when the ambient temperature is very loud, high. All right, oh, this is good. Let's see then. Let's continue. All right, guys. So I have a few updates today. A little bit about points of interest, but also something. I was working on some quite exciting things that I know many of you guys are waiting for as well. So yeah, I mean, here in Sweden you don't usually have air conditioned systems. It's only hot like 1 to 2 months, and only a few days it gets too hot. The rest of the years it's cold. Sweden is quite cold, so so not a single apartment or house have ACS standards, so it's not used much. But yeah, a day like this, it will be real nice. Sweden sounds cool. We do have long, bright days, and during winter, very long, dark days. Now, the pros and cons, I guess. We've been working a little bit on our new siege system today. Quite exciting stuff. We're going through and gonna finalize those machineries next week, as it looks. So I may be able to showcase some of that in the next stream. We're pushing the siege systems quite further compared to our old siege system. So we will allow players to mount the different siege positions, and by having friends, you will be able to work these machineries in a very effective way. So it's fun content to work with, and they're gonna look awesome. Sweden is a new point of interest, indeed. No, siege system is not going live next week. I commented that our final design should be finished, which means we can maybe show some of that quite soon. When are we bringing back the beloved Scythes? I'm not sure when we add those weapons, so we have a huge list of different types of weapons and weapon groups, and eventually more and more of those will go into the game. And as you know, we're also progressing in Unreal 5, which we're gonna make a little update on as well, and also eventually start showing some cool stuff moving over. Yeah, so in this next patch there are additional options to necromancy. We are increasing the points of interests. We have a good pack of points of interest coming in this next patch, and there will be optional options to gain necro content. We're going to play mage tonight. I don't have a mage prepared, but I could prepare a mage for our upcoming stream, I guess. I'm still running on my the army I was running last session as well. No news about thievery yet. And I managed to get a few screenshots as well. I would like to show you guys some of the stuff you can expect in this next patch as well when it comes to content. I am in Tinram already, in the tavern. So I will log in there eventually. So if you want to participate in some crazy stuff, you can get moving to Tindram, the tavern. Beef Nature, I don't know why GMs have done anything like that. That's not my field at all, so you have to contact the GMs or the support team on our website to get a response there. Will TC patch bring house selling or abandoning systems? Yes, we will add those highly needed options on the houses as well. Confirm that there are tier 3 not in game. Yeah, we did state that we don't have the house usable rituals. We only have the portables that we mentioned. The additional versions will come in upcoming patches as well. We did state this, so I'm not sure why I would be lying about that. And there's no reason to lie about anything, right? So we tried our absolutely best being fully transparent and give the information we have. Yeah, ritual book access and different types of skills and spells, scrolls, all of those have additional options. So like I mentioned before, there are several options. We're adding more and more over time, along with some of the points of interest, and we're also tweaking some of the current numbers. What did you mention about sieging a few moments ago? No, I was just mentioning that we were working quite a bit on siege functions, the siege machineries. So you're gonna see the traditional siege machines we had in the first game, but obviously we're gonna upgrade them, make them look much nicer, and they will also support new functions. And what's made me quite excited about this part is that we are now building functions to these siege machineries that we also utilize on our open wagon system and also our ship system. You can guess what that is, I guess. You know, in terms of there are different positions you can occupy on these machines, and also if there's like an open wagon, very much like a ship, you can stand on that surface and move around on that surface and do anything you can on ground, while that wagon or ship or machine is moving as well. Is Mo still going, or is that down for good now? More than one is still running, it should be, to my knowledge. We haven't shut that down. Did I miss the part where Henrik showed Unreal 5? Sacrifice? No, I've not shown any UF5 yet. We are preparing some of that. I can't say if we will have it something finished for the next stream, perhaps, maybe. Maybe we can also talk a little bit about the siege machines. I know quite a lot of people have been asking about those. So we'll see if we have some of that we could show and discuss in the next stream.
Oh my god, another one.
Another one.
Thank you for the giveaways, short row. I appreciate it. And Sacrifice, thank you for the Prime. So about these points of interest that is coming this next patch, we have quite a few, a big pack of points of interest, and we're adding a few ones in upcoming patches. So they're split down in you know, decent sized packs. I wanted to show you a little bit about that and what more depth there are to those, which is quite fun content for, you know, people that want to explore the world and discover things in new ways. Let me just show you some of the picture that I got from the art team. Let me see. Alright, so yeah, I'm just gonna show a few pictures to show you some of the huge variation of the different points of interest, and they're really, we have a solid team working on these locations. So everything from incorporating them lore wise in the world, Mats is working with this, have inputs, writers, and obviously the art team. And we're also adding, so in any of these locations that you will be able to find, look at this little nice little fishing lake setup. So they're doing some really nice stuff. I think it looks awesome. So, and it's not only props and nice stuff to watch, you know, discover. There's everything from humanoids living there, bandits taking over, different types of creatures and animals that may be, you know, wandering around. And there's also, which we enable with the Neko patch, different type of loot spread around, hidden, open, and there are notes, books, scrolls to be discovered. And they're trying to make something really interesting out of these locations, not just go there, find it, and then you look for the next points of interest. There's actually different parts. For instance, you can go to location and you see what happened here. And we're trying to leave a trail of what happened. There may be a dead body or a pool of blood, and you can follow that trail of blood to a new location, which you may find a note or something else, and then you can follow that. So you can kind of follow through something that happened in the past or recently and discover things in a very interesting way. So that is some of the things that you will find in these new points of interest locations. So there's quite a lot of efforts tied into them as well, that brings rewards and interesting, everything from secrets to non-secrets, and, you know, casual things to more deep things. So yeah, as you can see, here's an example of something went wrong, right? And you can follow this blood trail to a new location, for instance. And, you know, it's up to you if you want to explore what happened, what is this, what could be there, something hidden or not. You know, that's obviously up to anyone that are interested in that. So as you can see, there's a lot of different themes, and I think they're doing an awesome job adding the world and life and history to the world. It's a huge world, and it's been there for many years, right? So obviously we need to leave trail of living things and, you know, things in the past as well. And, you know, there's many different things that can, like smoke, light sources that can catch your attention from a very far distance. So there are an extra long range on those things that kind of, you know, lure players to them, or how we say it. And I mean, some of the locations are like even larger than Krampus, the city. So there's quite a lot going on. And here's, as you can see, they built a little, like a small village. Really nice view here from the little path. Like small villages. Yeah, exactly. Obviously a lot of interior with different rooms and things to again explore and discover what the hell happened here, what's going on. And you know, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Iceberg. The tip of the... What the hell is the term in English? Tip of the ice mountain. What is the term in English, guys? Tip of the mountain. What is it called? Iceberg. Tip of the iceberg. It is. All right. Yeah. And I think I have one final picture here. Yeah. So I think this is adding a lot of cool value, locations, and different types of content in many different ways, because that was obviously one of the wide common feedback we got since we launched, that all new players that were very excited and interested in the game explore the world just like any other game, and there is too little going on in the world. You know, we try to go the route where it shouldn't just be the level 10 beers and then level 20 beers and then next have the next zone. Not that type of game, right? But at the same time, obviously we want to make sure that new player get excited and don't leave a review that, you know, the game feels empty even though there's thousands of creatures and a lot of more, you know, growing cool dungeons and stuff to explore in the world. We want to make sure that everyone, including casual players that just jumps right in, head out in the world, will run into these locations. And it's everything from casual, easy encounters to obviously more challenging, dangerous. Look better with a white t-shirt. All right, thank you. I guess. Gabriel. Any chance you could add a Spiritism skull from the vessel and Minu King to the poised loot tables, so solo players can get cracked at Spiritism? I mean, we are following up on this. So as I mentioned, a lot of the things, especially the initial schools, are not meant to be super rare, and we are trying to follow up on that, but still kind of give some few higher value or efforts, so there can be either you have to trade or join a group, or you know, some things are meant to be also locked behind greater threats such as bosses. But like I said, we're following up on this and refining it to a level where we want it to be. So yeah, you may as well see other types such as Spiritism scrolls on some of the points of interest. Yeah, those bowmens that are shooting range, they're supposed to have a missed chance, but they seem to be very accurate. That is true. As you know, we are in a polished bug fixing phase, which also includes some of the AI pets behavior, some stuff like that. We want to also refine to make sure that it follows the desired design as accurate as possible. You know, further away, moving targets should obviously have a higher difficulties for the AI to perform a successful hit, while it's closer, non-moving, should be obviously more, you know, accurate, easier for the AI to hit you. So we want to try to mimic that, just like in player versus player. When you're moving or in a far distance, it's obviously very hard to hit with a bow. We're trying to mimic that with a few factors on the AI as well. Will we see Krampus again? We plan to add Krampus again, yes. As you may know from the first game, Krampus is our kind of like our Santa Claus that comes in December around Christmas. And there was a tradition in Tinram, the Tinram Empire, that every citizen's name were placed in a urn, and at a certain day the Krampus were pulling a name from this urn, and that name of that urn, his house would be put on fire and open loot for all the citizens and visitors. Quite harsh, but that was a tradition that were kept every year in Tinrem. And of course, as you can understand, there were always those rich citizens, high important castes, Tinremins, that were bribing their names to get out of the urn. That's why it was suspicious when there were certain areas that was taken from the urn quite frequently, rather than the important, powerful citizens. So yeah, we plan to bring that back eventually. It's all about our time and prioritized order currently. So I can't say if that is a possibility for this Christmas. It would be awesome, of course. It's tradition for many years. But we have very important milestones we want to reach that will bring the game to a whole new level, both content-wise and polish-wise. Wouldn't call Krampus Santa. The thing literally burns houses and kidnaps children. Indeed. It's not a nice, pleasant creature, person. But yeah, that was how the Tinremic Empire celebrated Christmas in their own way. I'm ready for guild wars to kick off, so RPG guilds can begin to be evicted from towns by anti-RPG guilds. Yeah, so that is the TC and sieging system that we are working on. As I mentioned, we did some interesting work on the siege machines today. So I plan to do a follow-up stream going through the siege machines. I can show them some really cool stuff we want to upgrade from the first game. So I plan to cover that a little bit in one of the upcoming streams. And obviously we also plan to show Unreal 5 upgrades and content and show you the step from Unreal Engine 4 to 5 when it comes to our character and our world, which is gonna be awesome. This game is not solo friendly at all. Most of the unique and cool stuff is locked behind dungeons that are being locked off by mega zergs. Well, it's not completely true anymore. So we knew from the first game that how large guilds and alliances obviously are, locking down areas and content. That's why we did a huge effort in changing that, so it's not the case anymore. There are dungeons, new dungeons, that obviously will be hotspots naturally between large guilds, and that will be until they are, finished with that location. That is unavoidable, right? But that is why we added tons of points of interest that gives similar loot and rewards in a different ratio compared to when going to this dungeon, for instance. So it's not the case anymore. We have made a lot of work to make sure that it is much more solo friendly, and it is. So, for instance, you can solo the Necro dungeon without obviously going for the troll, or just running through a lot of enemies, or going to the boss. You obviously need a group then, but you can pretty much access everything else without it being impossible. And yeah, like I said, we add a lot more points of interest in casual challenges than hard difficulty bosses simultaneously in the patches, and that is to promote small groups and solo players as well heavily, because we knew and we have seen that there's a lot of players joining in being solo and want to take things at their own pace. They may not want to jump into a group instantly, even though that is very powerful to do to get into the game. But there's quite a decent group of new players that don't want to rush to that step. They want to do things in their own and explore on their own and figure things out what is possible for them doing solo. And then obviously there's a whole other experience when joining in a group or a guild, which is also one very exciting thing about Mortal Online, and that is player interaction, right? That is one of the big thing also. So Show me that sweet UE5 lightning. Indeed, very soon, very soon. Will sub come after UE5? So we have a very clear plan now when it comes to polishing and bug fixing, right? To make sure that is not an issue anymore for players to comment on. You know, we don't want those big bad bugs in the face on any new player or old player for that matter. So we're working on that list currently, and we're working on polishing and quality of life. The transition to Unreal 5 is happening at the same time. And we also know that there's a huge demand for TC and sieging, right? Most of the, especially any that is PvP interested, or you just want to build cities and towns and govern them, we know there's a huge interest in that, a huge demand from a lot of players. And a lot of guilds have taken a break from the game and are not coming back until they can start war against their enemies and build their cities and play the game that way. And that's, you know, that's one big part of the game. TC, constructing cities, and obviously sieging if anyone wants to. So you keep saying transition when it's a simple upgrade. What do you mean? Moving from Unreal 4 to 5? Do you call that a simple upgrade, Schmerik? Then you don't know what the hell Mortal Line is. I can tell you that. No, it's not a simple upgrade, and we would have done it a long time ago. Obviously, it's a huge task for the whole team, from coders to arts. It is a transition. Every single asset needs to go through a pipeline. It's a huge task. So, yeah, that's why I call it a transition from 4 to 5. But yeah, of course, you know, if you don't do these things, then that's a valid point you made there. I can't assume that obviously what's going on our end is public information if we don't inform it, right? Give in on anger. What anger, bandit? I'm never angry. Almost never. So yeah, again, sub. Obviously, we want to make sure that anyone that are the slightest interest in this and enjoy the game, gets into the game, should feel that there's no game-breaking bug in your face that annoys the crap out of you, that makes you not want to sub. Obviously, we want to make sure the world feels populated and alive, quite more than our launch, so new players don't experience that as a negative thing, that the game feels empty, so they leave for that reason. We want to polish on the transition from Haven to Mirland. We have seen a gap for new players there and read the data why that is, and we have pinpointed things that we improve that. And then something for everyone, which is obviously TC and sieging mechanics. These are big things that we work on now and getting in place. And like I said, moving on to Unreal 5. When all this is in place, that is when we think that's when the game should be ready for enabling the subscription as well. So that is kind of a direction we have currently. Horses, they like beans? I don't know. Snake oil salesman? What does that mean, Syntax? Snake oil salesman, like Jonah said. Worked in Unreal, copying Sims in here. Alright. Yeah, I mean, there's thousands of, you know, people and developers that are playing around with Unreal Engine 5 and 4. You know, it's very different from playing around in a game engine than actually making a game like Mortal Online. So, you know, it's understandable from our point of view that, you know, things may not make sense, or people are not aware of what that means for our game, for instance. But that is also why you won't see those thousands of game running on Unreal 4 will, bam, one button upgrade, move to Unreal 5 the next week. It won't happen because it's not that simple. I won't pay sub until TC is out. Yeah, like I said, there is no subs. You don't have to pay the sub. And we do plan to cover those areas included when we want to enable a sub. Like I said, we want to offer obviously a huge sandbox game. And, you know, there's something for everyone. It's a unique game, and, you know, it looks to be the first MMO large scale running on Unreal 5, and yes, having those features and polish and bug fixing. So, you know, the only valid reason should be, this is not the game for me. I don't like it. I don't like full loot or full PvP or the risk or danger or first person. If that is something you don't like, then obviously that is also understandable why the game may not be for you. It's calling a fraudster. How am I a fraudster? Accident potato. I'm interested in understanding that. And, you know, I've talked to everyone, including Jonah, and we've always been open on every of these steps, so I don't think it's a surprise to anyone that we decided not to run any sub until we are in that ready position. So, yeah. Expect to ever have more player population than at launch? Yes, of course. Like I said, we are here for many years to come, and we want that player population to slowly grow over the years. You know, when we hit that next milestone, new content, new features, more and more players that are interested in those features may join in. And when they see this is a healthy, exciting sandbox MMO, a true sandbox MMO, and a lot of people saying this is a damn cool, unique game, then, you know, that should also bring new players. So yeah, that is obviously the long-term goal, to keep growing slowly but steady. Yeah, I understand a snake oil salesman, but you know, I wouldn't call myself a snake oil salesman if we are being very open and transparent and go through every single step and, you know, cover that as detailed as possible for the public. And then obviously the next is up to the public. Do you want to play it now? Do you want to wait? Or, you know, whatever goes. But yeah, I don't think Jonah called me that, because he knows I'm very open with all these steps, and you know, he said his things. He don't wanna play Mortal Online until we have sieging and TC, which I know and understand. That's, you know, his type of group of players, including many other PvP groups, are waiting for that content, and they don't, you know, that's it. That's one of their main features. Yeah, houses vanishing, that is on our prioritized list when it comes to bug fixing and polishing. And there shouldn't be a reason for anyone to want to quit playing the game if that happened, because we have the tools, we have the staff that will follow up and will help you get those houses back. We have spent a lot of time on those tools. So if you're one of those that are very disappointed, you have lost your house or something like that due to a bug or whatever, contact support, and they will look into it to see if that is, you know, affected by one of those bugs, and they have the tools to revert and help you getting that back. No one should leave the game for losing their house. We will reimburse those houses if that happens, and we're also making it more clarified. We're working that, as I said, we're making it very clear to any player to read exactly how the upkeep works, because there's also been some confusing there. You know, obviously if you're not paying your upkeep, it decays and gets removed. But as long as you're paying your upkeep and there's been issues and bugs involved when rebooting the server that caused them to vanish, that's obviously we are replacing all of those. But like I said, I want to point out that it doesn't mean that if you forgot about paying upkeep, obviously you can't just expect it to be put back, right? But we are making that whole system very clear, so everyone fully understands it and knows that that is a responsibility on the player to make sure you cover. You should probably sort the issue about selling the game to a bigger studio. Why should we sell the game to a bigger studio? Just to ruin it and make it theme park, you mean? I don't think anyone in here will stay in the game if that happened. So, that is not a step forward to Mortal Online. That's actually 10 steps backwards when it comes to building a true sandbox game in 99 out of 100 cases when it comes to just giving Mortal Online to a big common studio. Control the narrative and then come and eat it for understanding the asset store. I'm not sure if you're talking to me or if you're arguing against each other when it comes to knowing Unreal Engine, guys. But yeah, I'm just trying to cover from our point of view when it comes to our game. But yeah, try to be civil against each other in here, guys. Henrik, I'm fine with the sub. Good ideas deserve support. Flameskit81. Yeah, I mean, like I said, those big important milestones that I mentioned, we want them in place. And then, of course, the rest should be like, if this is a game that gives you joy, value for the money, that's important, obviously. And that's also when we have managed to do our job in a good way. If players are enjoying it and think it's worth spending some money on it, then obviously we can continue improving it and growing even more. Add subs now. It doesn't feel right to add subs when we are in a position where we don't have to enable subs. And like I said, we don't want it to feel like, there's too many reasons to stop a sub right now and not continue subscribing to the game. We need to solve those first, so it feels good to enable them with that in place. There should be few reasons to choose not to, and that should be obviously this is not the game for me. That's a valid reason in our view. Shouldn't be it has too many game-breaking bugs, or lacking that type of polish. This would end the game. It would instantly turn into some casual MMORPG like World of Warcraft: The New World. It would probably also rival Diablo Immortal in microtransaction. Yeah, Wolf, you're pretty spot on, just like I mentioned before. So the next school, logically right now, is the Elementalism school, because we're getting very important features. We're getting like free aimed projectiles with that school. That is its core rules. And some of the spells we want to update, we're using that function as well, including some of the release, like the Clouds release in Necromancy. So Elementalism give us a lot of tools to improve magic in general and also moving forward from there. So it looks to be elementalism. If Henrik was a snake or salesman, then we would have had a sub already. Please, no new content. Yeah, like I said, I obviously, as the CEO of the company, want to take full responsibility of our release that didn't work as intended and as planned. And I have obviously done everything in my power to break that down. What happened? How can we improve this? How do we move forward from here on? And how do we, repair that trust that, obviously were broken for quite a few players since then. It's very clear that the game needs to speak for itself, right? And when we reach that milestone and that happens, then we can follow that plan to enable subscription. Svar TV. Hey. Am I getting behind here, guys? Let me see. Any plans to give players ability to craft furniture like chairs, tables, and that? Yes, for sure. So we have carpentry on our upcoming lists, which will allow you to learn how to craft furniture types, such as what you said. Yes. So right now you can only buy them from some NPCs and also find them in the world as loot. But then you'll be able to craft them as well eventually. Want to pay now and play the promised stuff 10 years later? Yeah, but that's not how it works, right? Was that on this next hotfix? So, as I mentioned before, we worked out a whole new working structure system that gives us certain milestones, and then we reach the QA quality assurance testing phase, and then we release. And I think we demonstrated that in a very good way with Necromancy patch. Now we are fully following that system in place. But we're getting closer to our in-between patch. Like I mentioned, we are aiming for like every second week sprint we have a patch, and then we have additional time for a more main patch that is focused on a little bit larger systems. So while we're working, some developers are working on the larger systems, which requires more weeks. We're also working on the shorter sprint that is more safe content, points of interest, everything that rely on current systems that can go into that patch. So that is what we're working on now, moving forward with this new system in place. So this next one will be here quite soon if things again goes as expected. But I can't set a date exactly yet. And like I said, this is the first time after Necro we are following that new system setup. But if things goes as planned, you will see the pattern how that setup works, and if we can follow that, because again it's quite new for us. So I want to make sure we can follow that, and then you will see a very frequent updates following that schedule. But like I said, I'm quite careful right now mentioning any dates until we see it's working, and you will see that frequent update as well. So I hope that makes sense. GM staff will tell you that they don't help with houses. I approve. But this is a statement we done on our Discord channel, that we know that there are some cases with reboots, issues, bugs with houses. We're working on that, and we have built tools to be able to revert and help with those losses as well. But like I said, obviously it depends on what happened. There are some cases where people have reported a loss of a house, and we checked the logs. Indeed, the upkeep wasn't paid and it fell just as designed. it followed the design, so it wasn't a bug. In that case, we can't revert the house. But like I said, the staff is here to help with that. Mages ever get at blink or short distance teleport type spell? Yes. So that is mentalism. I think it was. One of the schools that I want to bring into the game. So after elementalism, we have staff magic and mentalism. I think it's suitable to bring one of those two. And mentalism have one of those short burst teleportation move spell. So it's a very interesting tactical school for mages that can rely on not being fat mages. I can reveal a little bit about that. So again, quite popular is being a fat mage to maximize damage, but there will be schools that don't just utilize the high intelligence for maximizing damage, and also some of the spells and powers will also look at your body physics, the mass. So if you are a fat mage in that case, you may not teleport effectively. You may want to actually go fit or even more skinny to have a full powerful control over such spells. Hope that makes sense what I'm trying to go for here. So again, that brings a lot of interesting new tactics options for those that want to play around with mage spells. Yeah, like I said, so I highly urge everyone that if you lost a house or such, make a ticket on a website, support ticket, and we will go through all of those cases. Because like I said, we have a lot of tools and logs, everything when it comes to handling those cases. I want to make sure that the staff have everything they need to go through this list, and we will go through those cases. There shouldn't be a single case of someone feel that they want to leave the game because a loss of a house. But like I said, if we have proof of, we can see that upkeep haven't been paid at all and it's been a long time and it does decay, we can confirm that happen also. Then obviously it would be wrong to recover the house. But if we can see that there's something else going on based on upkeep or when it was paid, we can calculate and see in the logs if it should be there or not. Because we had cases where we done reboots where houses gone nuts. And those are cases that I know the staff is working on and recovering and solving, while also Sebastian and the coders are securing that step from never happening again. As a solo player, I made a character mage. I wanted to play Necromancer Spiritism, and I realized it's impossible to get scrolls needed. The dirty player market is extremely overpriced. These scrolls are 10,000 gold. So, yeah, along with new patches such as when Necromancy is, for instance, introduced, there's always a hot market. It's like, hitting the shares at the perfect timing. And a lot of the veterans knows this. So they go find these scrolls and then sell them very quickly at a high price, since they are new, hot, it's fresh. People don't know where to find them and they want them now, and the prices goes up very quickly. Then it takes a few weeks, month, and the market's going to be flooded by these scrolls, and obviously the price will crash. So Leaks 2000, I would suggest you to not be too rushed in gaining all these and thinking you have to have 1,000 gold to buy some of these scrolls. And like I said, you can get all of those scrolls by yourself being solo player. We did that by intention and design. If you don't manage to survive in the necromancy dungeon, you can go to any of the necromancy points of interest and go through them as much as you can, and you will find scrolls and knowledge when it comes to necromancy. It may take a longer time and require more of an effort for you to go through all those points of interest. Obviously you need to find them as well. It's a huge world. If you think that the necromancy dungeon is too difficult, it is made also to be soloable, like I said, without going for the bosses. So there's many options for you as a solo player. You don't have to think that you need thousands of golds and buy them from the market. If you wait a little bit, the price is going to go down. And like I said, if you find these different locations, you will find them on your own. So that's one of my suggestions or tips currently. Sorry guys, I'm way behind now, I see again. So I'm gonna scroll down and I don't want to buy those scrolls. No, like I said, Lix 2000, you don't have to buy a single scroll. You can go around the world until you found and mapped out where you can find necromancy scrolls, or you can ask other players if they share the information to you. You don't have to buy them. You can find them on your own, but you have to spend the time in the game farming them, finding them, etc. If you don't want to buy them, obviously. That is just one option. Shadow of Man TV. So, we had a moment where people placed silly things for 10,000 golds, 20,000 golds, when there were dupes in the game. We have banned all of those. We have banned all their gold stacks and their items. So that is removed from the game. And that is one of our huge tasks on a weekly basis. We are banning a lot of accounts very regularly that are breaking the rules like that. So it's not completely true that the economy is inflated because you've seen those items being put out on ridiculous prices when there were indeed dupes. But these have been removed and they have been banned from the game. And this will not stop. We have to keep doing this. But what I mean with that is, if you look at the market, all normal players that are following the rules, obviously they can't offer or place those crazy amounts because they don't have it. So when we remove those that are not supposed to be there, the price goes down to a normal range again. And also if you look at those high-end items, it was those that the hackers or farmers went for trying to make money. And we have dealt with those. And we'll keep dealing with those. So I wouldn't say that is the normal case on a daily basis. Since launch, a lot of groups and players have been working to make a lot of money the normal way, becoming rich. And obviously that is fine, that there's still opportunity for them to buy hot items quickly if they spend a fortune on them, and that's fine. So they may be first on the market, while obviously those that are not as rich become second in that degree. But like I said, I want to make that very clear that fight that we as devs have against cheaters in the game, that is something we always have to spend a lot of time on, unfortunately, and we won't stop doing so. And we get a much better and better clear picture of things, improving our tools and functions to deal with it very effectively, to make sure we protect the player base and economy. Yeah, and some players are placing things and want 5 to 10k for this item, thinking that there would be a duper buying it, and that's our job to make sure it doesn't happen. So even though it's there, some players may not buy it because there's not an opportunity. So they have to replace that item and get asked for a normal price. So don't get fooled by those numbers. If there's no money to buy them for, they're just standing there. It doesn't mean they are being sold for such prices. With the exception, as I said, there are obviously rich groups that have been playing since day one and want to cover things quickly and have to pay the high price. The next dungeon is not difficult, but it's a massive waste of time with the current drop rates. I wouldn't call it a massive waste of time. We got the highest ratings forever, being a very fun, exciting dungeon with good and various rewards from value to everything necro related. Obviously, we don't want you to be a master necromancy going through it, in one run. It's supposed to be, something that takes time. You can enjoy time hunting for these. And then, yes, finally, I found this scroll. I'm only missing this and that now. That's a RPG progression. That's something a lot of our players want and think is exciting and fun. They don't just see it as a Quake game. I need these weapons. I want to go there. I want them now, or it's a waste of time. And then I want to start shooting with my weapons. It's not really that type of game. We need to remember that it is a RPG game, and along with that comes the exploration, time, effort, power. Knowledge is power. Finding things slowly but steady, mastering things. That is one of the core essence of Mortal Online. You have to have patience, my son. Shadow of Man TV. but then again, we all have personal opinions on how you may want to obtain things, right? What are Kalas and Karas good at? So obviously Kalas are the big, strong ones with high const and damage bonus. But yeah, there is a gap for the Korites, especially from the old score rating system when it comes to stat power. There needs to be some adjustments in some of the human races, along with the new power score system of the current stats values. So Senwit, there will be tweaks to those underpowered races with stats. So you can expect that quite soon. Yes, there will be more options for ritual books and scrolls and all of the necro content in upcoming Poison of Interest and other things. Long and T-Tower shields on new mobs like what Lisa. So we have a few new mobs we're finalizing, and we are working on the balancing step for the tower shields. If things goes as planned, those tower shields should be in the next patch. If we are not fully confident with the balance parts, they will go in the after one. Can we have custom map marks, please? Then, yeah, so we plan to have cartography system in the game where you can paint and produce your own maps. Depending on your skills and how you walk around and map the world, it will be more or less detailed and can also be skewed if your skills are not sufficient. Then you can copy and sell and trade these maps, and yes, you will have some tools and options to be able to map and add pointers on them. How much will the subscription be? It's the traditional $14 US something each month, similar as World of Warcraft, EVE Online, those subscription models. That is the cost. Long till the game gets good. I mean, I think it's good already. Obviously, it depends on what you mean with good. Is it missing certain features or certain bug fixes? We want to cover all of those, as I mentioned earlier in the stream, to reach a very important milestone when we re-release the game on the new platforms. Trinkets books are still selling for 50, 100k gold. Yeah, but they're not being sold because You know, like I said, most players doesn't have those ranges of gold naturally. And those that have done it not naturally are being removed. So even if I place a book for 100,000 on the market, that doesn't say anything. I'm just imagining that number that someone will pay to me, but they're not. And you read it and think, holy shit, someone has 100k gold. No, they don't. Rare trinkets get a buff. It's insane how rare and expensive they are compared to getting metal ones. We are not rushing into buffing the rarities of those that are supposed to be very rare. You know, again, trinkets were slowly expanding in the first game for many years, and we don't want it all to be dropped and covered in the first couple of months since we released trinkets. You know, some parts of the game are supposed to grow over time, even over years. So it could be that over a period of year from now, maybe then you have a very good picture of, you know, mapping out the full spectrum of the trinkets, and they will continue to expand also with the clade inspired trinket types. So we're not rushing in buffing the rare ones. They're supposed to go very slowly into the game. Programmers show 78, and we ban them. Like I said, we ban them every week and remove their gold and items so they don't get diluted into the player markets. So that's our work, our job. We do it every single day, and it's very annoying because it steals valuable time from us, but we can't ignore it. We have to keep doing it. And we have to keep expanding on those systems that make it harder and harder. But like I said, there is no magical game or system in the world. Not even Blizzard can stop a hacker or a cheater. There's always a battle between those two sides. And that will be in all online games at all time. And obviously that happens to us as well. And we also have to do that work. Very boring, sad work that we do have to spend in the game, because it's an online game, just like any other studio. There's no exception to that. Still many dupes and stacks duped gold in the game? No, that's not true. So like I said, we can see every single character and whatever they own, and all gold stacks in the world. This is not invisible for us. We can see everything. And obviously we use tools to make sure we cover that and remove it. Like I said, it's a huge task for several developers in the team. Lame 3, yeah, I think I've covered that question a few times now. Brian for Beard, yes, as I mentioned, there will be additional options along with the upcoming patch as well. Suicide, thank you for the subscription. I'm falling behind again, sorry guys. Shall we do the giveaway? Let me see if I can start it. Alright, so I started a giveaway, guys. Explanation mark ammo 2, and you will be participating a chance of winning a Mortal 2 copy. Can you elaborate on the problem solution that you're pursuing on balancing tower shields? Yeah, so there are quite popular build, you know, the mage dagger shield build, right? And we added small round shields for the purpose of, you know, tapping into shields. Anyone can pick up a light shield and have that kind of equipment hit resistance and, you know, parrying surface, and also being able to have them on the back that also reduce damage. And along with tower shields, which is the largest group of our shields, you get a very huge collision that obviously protect your character from incoming blows. We want to make sure that there's a bonus of having them. We want to make sure there's a room for a heavy fighter going heavy defense to again reduce damage, also especially in fighting AI. So, and we're also very keen on making sure we don't sabotage the current builds with the light versions. But in general, we're looking into adding the shields into the armor weight pool, because it is, you know, a defense. It is armor that reduce damage, just like your armor is doing. So we are playing around with the numbers of the size, the weight that the shields are offering. So that is in general what we're doing right now. Yeah, we gather a lot of the feedback when it comes to mounted magery, you know, both being very slow cast, and you can't break your focus by moving, turning the mount. And yeah, obviously, like I said, it is the highest burst of damage. If you can run in and time into flame strike or, you know, something like that, you know, it could be instant death as well. So we've been quite careful also, since there are coming a lot of more spells with a lot of options and utilities with different rules on the mounts, such as necromancy on mount, for instance. So that's why we've been very careful about changing the current ecumenical spiritism rules on mounts. But yeah, maybe there are room for tweaking the cast time and some stuff like that to give a little bit more mounted magery control. So yeah, like I said, there are for sure room for some tweaks. Also, I think the concentration needs a bump as well. Game design has too much focus on working in massive circs for progression. No, I exactly explained that we have focused on only casual content, solo content, small groups, pretty much. You know, especially along with the Necro patch. All of that is soloable, except the boss, pretty much. And like I said, there will be plenty of options. So you can choose your own path if you want to go with a group or a small group or solo. But there will obviously also be content for large groups, tight teamwork, and have a high challenge, which also should go along with a high reward. It's natural. It should be something for all these categories, not just one. When this game actually releases, you need to wipe. No, we wipe all sheets and items that shouldn't be in the game. So that's what we wipe, but we don't wipe all the hard work people have spent on a daily basis for several months. That would be horrible, and we would piss off one of our core audience, I would say, that highly support us and enjoy the game on a daily basis. That would be horrible to give them the middle finger and say we're not sticking to our plans. So we are going full on battle against sheets and crap, and we're going to remove it at all times. That's what we're wiping, nothing else. We consider buffing temp necropets a bit. You mean the summon walkers? Yeah, I mean, again, we're getting feedback to see if something needs to be pushed in a different direction. Maxi, thank you for the donation. Alchemist Bowman can use poison fire arrows. Will players be able to do the same and possibly more in the future? Yes. So one of the upcoming professions is assassination skills, which means you will be learning poisoning skills also. And just as it says in the name, you will be able to apply poison on almost every weapon, but it will have different efficiency. So you may want to pinpoint specific materials and parts that holds the poison in a more efficient way. So yeah, there will be several options for those that want to play around with poison. I can't say when though. We haven't really pointed out those features on the upcoming roadmap yet. I would give it a few more minutes. If you just tune in, type !MO2 to try to win a Mortal Online 2 copy, and I will pull it in just a few minutes. Bear armor when? So again, we still are bottlenecked by lacking some animation manpower. So the animation we're spending on right now is specific areas that we require to reach our milestones. The next step is new mounts work and pet gear. And as soon as we find more animators, that will be started on even earlier. Someone broke into your house? No, I don't think so. Let me jump down a little bit. What is today's giveaway? Mortal Line 2, a copy of the game. Need to increase Tapa's trinket gem. Also nerf the top end on damage trinkets. Piercing is too strong. So the top trinkets haven't been dropped yet. Like I said, by design they're meant to very slowly go into the game. It's one of those things that, you know, are very rare, can be very, very powerful, but you know, there's also weakness to it and a cost risk with it. To recharge the highest trinkets, it's piling up quite quickly to run on those. So obviously it depends on if you're a long-term player and are becoming very rich, then slowly those trinkets may become your part of your daily gear if you have the money to spare. Because like I said, there's gonna be a lot of new content with TC and upcoming TC that gonna cost a fortune in many different ways. So there's gonna be a lot of things to spend your money on. And then obviously if you need to run those charges, you know, it's quite a money sink as well. What about buff daggers and make an up attack to stab? So we don't see the need of buffing daggers. There are some very powerful dagger wielders out there that are totally dominating on a battlefield, and this is even without poisoning skills and special attacks moves. But obviously they're making very specific daggers that are, you know, perfect for their build, and obviously many of those daggers won't be perfect for poisoning attacks, for instance. So that is the natural balance, which we are prepared for, luckily. Why is the bonus size bad and obese good? What? They all come with pros and cons. I wouldn't say any of those bring just good. They come with negative stuff as well. We're reading the feedback from the game, not just a small group of players in one Discord forum or in, you know, Twitch or, you know, stuff like that, because that just shows a very small fraction. The majority of our player base does not post anything on the forums. They don't write anything on Discord, and, you know, it's a huge variation of where we get feedback. Everything from emails to contact forms to obviously Discord and the forums, all the different ways. And that just shows a fraction, because it's certain groups of players that takes the effort in actually sitting down, writing, and, you know, reaching out with information. And then we have the database, the real data in the game that tells us this is what happens on all the players. So it's a process when it comes to tweaking and balancing. We always use our experience from the first game over 10 years now, and not just listen on, you know, a few people that makes it sound as everyone agrees, when in most cases everyone does not agree. Just talking to all the active guilds, every single guild is fighting each other, something completely different in most different things. So obviously we can't just listen on one of these groups and guilds and say, let's go this direction. We have a responsibility as game designer running multi-line to make sure there's a red line and core design that are being followed, and we stay true to that, so every player can at least know that everything is fair play. We are in control of balance and make sure that we cover everything. And we appreciate when players are pointing out this is crap, or this is boring, or this is super underpowered. Then obviously it's our job again to confirm, make sure with the data, is that correct, and then we have something to work with. That's how it works, and we don't rush into any up-down changes, which we tried to experiment with quite a lot in the first game with very bad outcome, and it hurt the player base in the long run. So we learned that the hard way, and we now have a much more secure way of how we securely balance the game moving forward. And also, I want to point out, the game will never be perfect balance. It's not that type of game. You can't just say this is the build, it's best and it's overpowered and so on. There are so many different combinations and options and features that will add to that whole balance situation. And like I said, we don't even have the combat abilities. We don't have all weapon groups. We have just a fraction of the magic schools still. We don't have beast mastery with the different creatures abilities. There's a lot. We don't have throwing weapons. We don't have the explosion potion abilities. We don't have the repeater crossbow types. All of these will affect balance also, obviously, in both PvP and PvE. And like I said, there will be tons of options and exciting ways of playing with all these tools, just like a true sandbox. And some may be very overpowered in some circumstances and may be the optimal and best way in some circumstances, while there will be other circumstances and cases where that completely changes. And that's part of the true sandbox system of this game. Do you guys plan to bring more points to the skill trees, or is it too much? We do have a veteran system that we will implement eventually that will add additional options to your skill trees. But other than that, we don't plan to expand them further. Only with some trinkets and the veteran system currently. Just seems with every patch, major get nerfed more and more. No, I wouldn't say that. Like I said, there are also room for buff and improvement in some of the magic. Like I said, it looks like the data is pointing that mounted major is indeed not in a good spot position. There are room for improvement. And I also mentioned concentration. We're looking at increasing that as well. And then we have a few spells that will also have some tweaks. And then of course we have upcoming schools additionally. Not sure the official Discord is only noob who's just started playing or very bad back players. Come on, Zoning, what kind of statement is that? Are you the all-knowing brain that knows where all the noobs are and such? It sounds more like you're one of those cool, loud players that think you know everything, right? And you are saying where all the noobs are, where all the pros are. I'm not saying anything like that, and I don't say you're right, wrong, anything. I'm just pointing out the truth, the data, the facts, that there's a huge player base with all the information. And then there are several types of groups and guilds and players just like yourself being very verbal in different platforms and reaching out with the information. And we appreciate that, and we always accept it as long as it's on a civil adult matter. And then we use that information and feedback and compare it with the real data. And if that matches, then we are on to something. Do you see how it works? It makes sense, right? That's how we learn it the hard way from the first game. I mean, after all these 16 years, we should have learned, right? And we make use of that. We will be stupid if we don't make use of that, right? What is this you're showing us? I was late. So this is just one of the upcoming points of interest. I mentioned a little bit the depth behind them, what you can expect to find behind them. It's not just a beautiful scenery or location. It's actually everything from hidden secrets, clues, to real events happening there. And one point area may lead to another one, and there may be clues and riddles and rewards, different types of rewards. And from high challenges to low challenges. And additional necro loots, Spiritism loots, stuff like that. So just exploring the world will be much more filled with exciting content and rewards over time. So almost every upcoming patch now will include points of interest like this. I'm just showing some of the examples. And you can expect various rewards and things to discover in all of these. So Milan gonna feel much more alive and exciting to explore. And we're talking a bunch of these points of interest with a bunch of content in different ways, like I said. Don't buff daggers. Daggers are already insanely powerful. Yeah, like I said. So this is a perfect example. Someone here is, shouting out, please buff daggers or, stuff like that. And someone else is now pointing out, please don't. They are insanely powerful. And I can tell you that you can relax and have some faith in us because we know this. Just like I mentioned before, I commented to that person that said, please buff them. And I said, there's no need currently to buff them because we already know and see powerful players using dagger builds and really killing other players without efforts very effectively. So we see that they can be very powerful in the right hands, in the right builds. And like I said, we also have additional steps that we apply and tie to a lot of these different weapons that will also change them a little bit. So yeah, I think it's important to have some faith in us as developers that we have a lot of data and experience now over 16 years, and it will be foolish not to use that data, right? And that's also why I think obviously that Mortal 9 2 is already much more in a balanced state, even though we have so many more layers of balance and options than we ever had in the first game. Just looking at the clades, for instance. Daggers are the least skillful in the game. Yeah, and then we also have a group that can't play daggers at all because you have the shortest range and, you're getting annihilated by two-handed swords, for instance. So, again, it all depends on the situation, who is doing what, and so on. So we can't just think that because I saw this or my guild friend that knows so much about the game says this, then it must be king. We use all of that data and feedback and compare it with the in-game content data. Total domination. Yes, there are plans to tweak some of the Thursa Clade penalties. That is correct, and also are reworking some parts of the human Clades gifts as well. When do all these mobs you showed off in previous stream get added? I don't know exactly which sprint they are going in, but yeah, we have quite a few creatures that are being finalized and entering the game. I can't say for sure. Don't have it in front of me. We'll get the ability to crouch soon. I don't know when we'll reach the crouch, but we do plan to add that function as it looks right now. At least test it and see if it works as intended. We don't want the in mid fights crouch up and down tactics, but we think there's room in the right way when you have the time to go down and slowly move forward type of thing instead. Play the game and test stuff yourself. Exactly. I'm playing every time I can. Sadly, I've had quite less time since release because it's been completely filled with obviously hard work, long days. But I plan to hopefully soon be able to have more time again and get back to some action. I've been missing the combat beta days when we were some nice groups joining in every now and then, and we had a blast. Okay, so 1 more minute and then I'm pulling the giveaway. Explanation mark MO2. So what I'm looking at, new player housing, new city, new buildings for keeps. No, so what you're looking at is points of interests. Different things spreading out in the world with a lot of content, everything from humanoids, threats, non-threats, puzzles, clues, books, notes, rewards in different ways, stories being told that you can follow up and follow those lines throughout parts of the world. A lot of depth is being added and value into these points of interest. And of course, it should be exciting for any new player and old to just head out there in Midland and run into several of these different types of points of interest. And, if interested in that, you will be able to go at a depth going through them. So obviously that was one of the feedback from a lot of our new players. Heading out in the world, being very excited to explore, felt disappointed not finding that much other than just wildlife and some camps. So obviously we're addressing that with exciting content to add on top of that. Sword needs a nerf, pole sword needs a buff, maces need a buff. Pole swords are indeed in a high need of. Holy cow, that was the biggest spider I've ever seen in Sweden. Holy shit. That's a big spider, guys. And now my dog saw it. I hope she don't wanna eat the spider. Holy shit. I took a photo of it, guys. That's a big spider. Just keeping an eye so it doesn't run up my feet. I don't have anything on my feet. The next patch will include a batch of points of interests. So you can expect quite amounts in this next one. Shit, I'm quite behind. Sorry guys, I'm scrolling. Oh shit! That was scary. Like a freaking beaver. Holy shit. I got goosebumps. That was a big spider, guys. Holy shit. It scared the bejesus out of me. It was like 1 decimeters from my foot. And I don't have anything on my foot. Whew. As an Australian, I bet my spiders would eat that spider. You're right. In Australia have very nasty spiders and insects, but this is the biggest spider I've seen in Sweden, and I think the biggest one. They're quite common house spiders, but this one was incredible big. Extra big for being Swedish spider. And yeah, even my dog watched it running. Shows the spider. I have a photo on it. I don't know if I can put it somewhere. I had to zoom in, so it's a little blurry, but maybe I can post it on Discord later. So you can see our Swedish house spider. Yeah, I can put it on Discord in a moment. There was some dense crepite in those legs. Hairy legs with even fangs on the tips. I even hear it on the floor, like when you hear a Swedish spider, you know it's a huge one. That's rare. You barely hear them, but this one made a noise. And I hope it doesn't run up my shear. Then I'm gonna... I mean, I'm not that scared of spiders, you know. I don't have that phobia. And I'm usually the one bringing the spiders out and throwing them out. I never kill them. I don't like that. And we don't have poisonous spiders here, so I'm not that afraid of them. But that size, it was like a mouse running. So I'm not used to that. Maximum size for being Swedish spider. Yeah, I'm an animal care guy, so I can't kill bugs and insects. I mean, there's two things I don't like. What ticks? They're called ticks, right? In English, the one that gets suck the blood and can give you diseases. Those one I'm fine with killing because they're just dangerous. And I don't like wasps either. But yeah, other than that, I won't hurt a fly, even not ants. That was an alpha spider for sure. When you hear it, tick, 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 tick. Very old. So that's also why I don't want to kill it. It's an old spider. I wonder how old they get. If it's months or years, I don't know. Yeah, I got animal care for sure. Got that high skill. Wasps are just holes with wings. A-holes. Yeah, I don't like them, and I'm quite afraid of needles as well. And it's like a flying needle, and I'm so unlucky. When they sit on me, they just sting me. It's crazy, even though I try to not do them anything. So that's why I fear them, even though it's not that, you know, doesn't hurt that much. But it's the needle thing going into the skin that I can't stand. Yeah, and actually, the spiders eat a lot of bugs and crap, so they do some cleaning, some house cleaning. No, you won't be able to dominate rats, man. So it's like a humanoid with quite the brain power. You can't really dominate those. It's more like creatures that have a certain mindset, you know, like spider, lizards. And again, it's also not an animal like, you know, a dog, a wolf, a bear you can tame naturally, just like in real life. But a spider you can't really tame in real life, right? But you can like take control over their mind magically. That's how you dominate those type of creatures. But if it's too smart, then also you may not be able to dominate it. Allowed to see a blind get slight duration buff. Same with benumbed mind getting changed to all these targets can't cast versus NPCs. Definitely look forward to seeing the change to concentration in the future. Yeah, I agree. There are room for some duration changes for sure. I also noticed, and I agree, that getting the blind effect, it's quite quick. So, you know, is it really worth committing to casting that spell if it's that quick to, you know, overcome? Then maybe not. So yeah, there are for sure room for some slight tweaks in several spells to make them a little bit more useful. I agree. Right, it's giveaway time. I almost forgot, guys. So last seconds, exclamation mark MO2, and I'm gonna roll it. Just gonna take a look so I don't sit on the spider. One moment. The spider is gone. It is gone. All right. What are some of the biggest challenges your team is facing right now? What do you wish would just be fixed so you could focus on other things? Obviously, some of the bugs, core issues that we have been struggling with. So, we have really examined some of the code parts when it comes to what is causing some of these bugs, because as you know, as long as we can reproduce a bug, it's quite straightforward to how to fix it very quickly and efficient. But after having a few of those cases which we simply just can't reproduce, we need to go through the whole code system and kind of refactoring it to be more functional or more clear and work as intended. So of course it's always sad to have to spend a lot of valuable coding time in fixing core issues and polishing, but it is necessary. We see that clearly. We need to invest that time, because obviously we would love to just spend everything and everyone on new awesome content all the time, but now with the new system in place, new developers in place, I think we're getting a very good working setup structure system where we just have to go through this milestone now and get those in place, that will allow us to also the transition, I would say, with Unreal 5. It's quite exciting things, but there's also a downside where it's just a lot of hard work to make it work. So it may not be super exciting reward, but other than obviously finally having the game running in Unreal 5 and having those improvements that we have been waiting for, that the old engine were lacking. So that's a mixed feeling, I would say. But yeah, and then obviously the next step would be more exciting, which means we can fully occupy awesome feature and content development in full pace. That's something we're really looking forward to reach that milestone. And that is also one of the main reasons we have put on hold a lot of the big features like TC sieging systems, because we know how vital they are. They needs to be correct and spot on and fun and exciting. We know that there's a lot of guilds, groups, and players coming back for that content alone. Logout exploits for sure. One of those annoying shit that needs to be addressed and handled to make sure that players are playing on a fair level. We are very keen on making sure that we protect the game and the player experience at all time, at all costs, which means we need that polish, we need that fair gameplay, and that is also why we're making an effort on a weekly basis, looking into all rules and all cases, updating this, being to the public, explaining everything. And in a couple of months we will be at that position, hopefully, if things goes as planned, that will allow us to fully occupy exciting content again. Because trust me, there's a long list of amazing features that we want to be fully diving into. I was excited today also when I saw that some of those functions that we're building now with the sieging machineries will be ready in use for the wagon and ship system as well. So we're getting that one step closer to being able to have those awesome features as well that I know a lot of players are waiting for also. So, slowly but steady, we're going to get there, and it's going to be more and more exciting when we get to those goodies finally. All right, it's time to pull it, guys. It's time. So good luck everyone that have signed up for the Mortal giveaway, and here we will run it, guys. Let me start it. All right. Good luck to everyone, and let's see who it is today. Here goes. Let's see who it is. And here we go. Congratulations, Radiation TVG. You won yourself you won yourself a mortal copy. Congratulations. So Radiation TVG. Rigged. It's always rigged. So a little you're already ahead of me, Radiation TVG. Congratulations for the mortal key, and I will just fetch it for you one moment. And you know, the common question along with that, Radiation TVG, veteran from Mortal 1, Mortal 1 2, or newish to the game? What's your status? Yeah, we will look at different data increasing ranges such as guild status and gear status when we are fully finished with server optimization. That is something we're working on every week. We want to hit high numbers. We want to hit impressive, the highest numbers per continent, and we work on that on a weekly basis as well. Play Modern 1, but was a scrub. Have played Modern 2 since January beta, and I'm still a scrub. Awesome to hear that. So you are not that new to Mortal Online, that's for sure. You've been around for a couple of years then. And again, have the actual statistics. You must know what player are wearing and heaviest armor possible. Armor training and heavy armor training are for most beneficial of all. Yeah, we know. We know that is a common factor to maximize the heavy armor build to simply mitigate maximum damage. We're aware of that situation. And of course, we want to promote options and strength for light and medium armors as well. So yeah, we're all lacking options there, we say, that makes it offering interesting options. That's very clear. Everyone can see that, the straightforward path is just go heavy armor, and is the best option. So we agree to that, and we need to, or we do want to add additional options to the other armor types as well. So that's what we want to try to cover. But yes, again, we are a little bit careful in trying to do something, rushed without having proper attention when we have a very clear path of working schedule right now the coming weeks. But it's on the list for sure. There are several types of balances that are on the list. Everything from combat to gear that we want to nudge in different ways as soon as we have a little bit more breathing ground, I would say, breathing room. Maybe light armor can give plus raw stats. So yeah, like I said, we are looking into how can we make an exciting option when it comes to, I want to go full, light or medium armor, and also obviously mage options along with different schools that are gonna promote that as well, not being fat as the standard fat mage build, having different types of stats depending on the school, and also different gear depending on the efficiency on those spells and rules. So yeah, there will be tweaks and additions on several of these areas for sure. If Psyche play a part of any spell school like Int does. Yeah, that's what I mentioned. So there are room for some schools and spells that not just rely on Int when it comes to power. So there are some stuff like that, yes. Nobody tell him that fat mages suck. Non-fat mages. No. So what I mean is, there's traditional high int, fat, obese builds to go full burst damage, while some schools are not optimal, perhaps, for that type of body type bonus, and also different type of stats. That's what I mean. Scythes are coming later, Destination Wall. Thank you for answering this question. I really appreciate these streams and that you're willing to listen to both criticism as well as praise. Keep up the good work. Thank you, AtomBomb79. And yeah, that's what one of the main reasons with these streams. I'm here to interact with the community, and all I hope is that we will have civil, adult, mature discussions on any topic, and that we respect each other at least, and there will be many different opinions and wishes. That's for sure. That is one of the big thing. This game attracts thousands of different minds and opinions and styles, and obviously that will clash in different ways in the game, but that's also the beauty of it in different ways. One feature that I've been asked for since I played Modline 2 is dual wielding. I understand that was an issue of the system that it needs to be remade. How is that system coming along? Is that something that will need to be added in after the Unreal 5 update? Yes, it will be after Unreal 5. We are still unsure how we can obtain a interesting, innovative way of fighting using two arms, two weapons. Like I said, it didn't turn out very exciting or in a good way in the first game, so it was only used for those, special moves, and that was the main purpose, that someone would go dual wielding in Model 9. Our vision was more to offer a cool, different style, that benefit from using two weapons, speed, maybe more speed over damage, and also the versatility in having two different types of attack damage types. Destination of War, thank you very much for the subscription. I appreciate it. So yeah, that's where we want to feel confident in hitting that, testing that, and feeling this feels good, and it offers that flow of attacks rather than feeling too clunky as it did in the first game as well. So we need more time before we feel that this is in a proper position before we can add it to the game. But yeah, we get a lot of requests from dual wielding, so there's no doubt that there's a huge demand for it. So when it comes to adding additional weapon groups and types, it's quite high up there. I used to love dual wielding in MMOs with fist weapons. You can have one slash and blunt for different situations. Yeah, exactly. Just like I said, that's one of the things we want to offer. You can tap into different types of damage types in a more efficient way using two weapons. At least let us hold a torch with one-handed weapon. Yeah, that's also one of the things that we want to cover. Being able to hold a torch on the side while you can wield one weapon on your main hand as well is obviously something we're lacking. I'm not sure where we put in the Scythe. So the Scythe is very special because of the shape. You know, it's a little odd when it comes to the shape and how you swing it. You know, it's one thing in many other MMOs when you just equip it, it looks awesome and it has its stats and range and it just attacks as any other weapon. But as you know, in Mortal Online, every single mesh and weapon behaves as, you know, they do. What you see is what you get, pretty much. So if the weapon swings and connects on a sweet spot or on the handle, on the tip, in the mid swing or in the end of the swing, everything counts and matters when it comes to how effective the damage is being passed. And yeah, a Scythe is, I guess, not the classic weapon used in history, as it has this specific angle shape that makes it a little bit tricky. But we plan to have some of those exotic, not as common weapon for sure. When fist weapons come in, will mages be able to cast magic when wearing them? No, you need your hands free for the current schools. There will be other schools that allows you to use hands in different ways, which includes you may be able to use one hand for your weapons while you cast with only one of the hands. And also this obviously staff magic school fully builds around you wielding a staff and cast with that staff, and obviously you can swing with that staff, so that's a combination. Yeah, dual wielding daggers comes along with the dual wielding system. Krampus have something similar to Lineage 2 player shop. So, as I mentioned, we are going to have our first pack of TC with core foundation and services for starting your own cities. And then we have quite grand plans for how we offer you to set up your different shops and brokers for your city. So we are getting into that more and more over time. There's a lot going on for TC. We won't have everything in one huge pack. We want to break it down to be able to deliver something more frequently rather than spending X amount of months and then we get a huge pack. So you're going to get a solid starting TC pack. We gotta get a solid sieging patch with, you know, both offensive and defensive machineries. The animation for Necro be synced up with the spell wheel, so it's synchronized to when you release it. It wasn't that on test and it just felt off, so now it's synchronized exactly when you release it, because it releases when it's finished. That's one of the rules for it, and it only feels good if it releases synced with your release animation. Did you go to the beach, Henrik? No, I haven't been at the beach at all, I think, this year. Or I have one day, I think. Just want to ride Cerberus, and you will eventually. Like I said, we have a huge list of pet gear and mounts that we need to toggle, and we will get there slowly but steady. You guys releasing a roadmap for Project Polish, so we will update our website to show you what's going on and in what order things goes. We are still ironing out a lot of the design and which part goes where in our upcoming sprints and patches. As I mentioned, we have a whole new system, so it's been quite time consuming for all the developers to get into that system, get everything to work in a proper way. And that's obviously something that just improves over time as well. So that have taken quite some time from especially some of us that are, running those time planning parts while the rest is focusing on at their given tasks. But yes, we do plan to slowly get those into place, and we will be able to present a nice roadmap as soon as we can. But we need some time to get that all in place first. What's first on the list for animation? So there's still a few creatures that we are finalizing now that require some animation focus. And there was something more. I forgot what it was, but there's something else quite important. Yeah, my brain dropped it. We're breeding pets. Tames come soon. Breeding. I don't know exactly where we put breeding on the upcoming roadmap either. So as I mentioned, you will see it eventually where we have that planned. So right now, all the focus is on getting those bugs, those critical bugs, and that list is what we're working on, like 90% of all focus for a lot of the developers. So everything else is like pushed after that. So as I mentioned, that is why we call it like Project Polish. It will take most of our focus, but there's still different areas that are being worked on that are not part of the Polish team. Tower shields, we either go in this next patch or the next one. We are playing around with the balancing parts. Might as well just get into Tyrion gameplay. Game still messed up and concern aren't your concern. What do you mean, Navy styles? What do I mean by that? Will a commander could get the physical shield spell when Tower Shield comes? No, not with that one. What game does a Necro ever have to cast a spell to gain control of a zombie that's the Necro just summoned? It should inherently already be his. So we went through this, talked about this exactly with Mats, but he thought it was more correct, gameplay lore-wise and what's going on, to just raise the dead. And that means you're just raising dead body parts with magical components and spells, but it's still just a dead body standing there. And then you need to have the spell that is the knowledge of obtaining the control over this dead body parts that allows you to command it to behave and move as you command it. And also because we wanted to offer a necro fight, so the more powerful necromancer can try to take control over these summon, and if he's a stronger necromancer than you, he will take control of it because his magical power is stronger than yours. So that's also a little nice feature that again is just sandbox and is unique for Mortal Online. Just like you said, just like you would have imagined that in other MMOs, but this is Mortal Online, and we tried to go one step further for a proper reason, an interesting way. So you can actually becoming the Necromancer Master by stealing someone else's walkers if you're a better necromancer. That's the reason. Many of the things we think are issues you don't. Only a few you do, and the rest is some time off. So let's see some exciting gameplay. Well, that's not entirely true, I think. I'm not saying that issues that players are pointing out, I don't say that is not an issue. I'm saying we have a huge list of issues, and that is our main focus. So that's kind of harsh for you to say. I'm extremely keen. I would bet everything that I'm most keen on removing issues in this game more than anyone else on this planet. This is my baby and my child, and I invested everything, including my, more than half of my life and fundings, everything, blood, sweat and soul have gone into this game and project for me personally. I'm not just a hired CEO that don't give a F. I'm so invested. So hearing that just is a punch to my gut, and I don't agree whatsoever. It just makes me sad. So no, I'm extremely keen on removing all bugs and issues that are affecting all our players sooner or later, and I want to go past that as soon as possible, obviously, so we can go to the more fun, exciting stuff, delivering those features that everyone also is screaming for. So I hope that makes sense. Love you too, guys. It's a harsh love in this mortal universe. I know. Dual wielding should be a primary, if I'm not mistaken. It's a complicated weapon style. Yes, I've done the giveaway. Tassus was better. Alright. Is he still running his game, his fully passionate game, and committing to it? I don't know. I don't know him. Henrik, I'm new to Modern 2, and I really enjoy the open world and skill-based system. Thanks for enabling good times. Madri Port TV, awesome to hear, and welcome to game. I'm happy you're enjoying it, and it will get even better this year. Just wait for our huge milestones to hit. Henrik, players are aware of your stance of one account, one character. We understand that your reputation matters. Why then do you allow players to hide their guild information? It seems counterintuitive to your stance. Could you share reasoning with us? You mean guild toggle on your character? Yeah, the main focus, as we mentioned, is that we want your player character name to matter, and you build a reputation for yourself, either if it's a good or bad or whatever that may be. That's why also we don't want to offer race changes or name changes on the fly, because then obviously you bypass everything. Every time you're messed up and your reputation is sabotaged, you can just change it on the fly and continue playing your character. So yeah, that part is quite important. Guild information is obviously a little bit different story, and yeah, in some cases we may want to commit to that. So we are approaching TC cities and guild functioning in a larger scale, along with TC and sieging. So there will be some additional changes then. Is sound system a part of your project polish at some point in time on the roadmap? It could provide some powerful tools for players to perceive better feedback in combat or for exploration, for example. Yeah, I agree. Sound and music does help a lot, especially sound effects and feedback. It's extremely powerful to improve the gaming experience. So I fully agree that we are trying to cover areas there as well. And again, moving over to Unreal 5, there are some changes there also for the better, as it seems. And we're slowly expanding in that field as well. So yeah, it's part of... We know that there's a few parts where sound just are not working. You know, getting hit on distance, you don't know what's going on is one example. That's something that is quite important to make sure it works and give proper feedback, as an example. Haven Zero, thank you for setting an example of tolerance, patience, integrity, and being a good dad. Good dad. Thank you, really. Then to come on the stream for hours and talk directly to us. No one else does that. Thank you for hiring more people to help push forth the world of Mortal. I look forward to everything you have planned. Thank you so much. Steam Deck, how much money do you need for that? And VR, you can give more money to animators. Thank you for your message, and yeah, we will do our thing no matter what, even though we get haters or people that don't agree. Obviously that's not an obstacle for us, that's common candy. And we are very grateful and happy to have an awesome community supporting us also. That is most important, I would say, for us to have that energy and motivation also moving forward. You know, we're building this together, right? This is something we want to enjoy together. Steam Deck, I'm not sure. We're not really looking into that right now. VR, we plan to cover sometime shortly after Unreal 5 is fully enabled. There's a few things we will need to go through to enable just VR rendering using the goggles and still using the keyboard mouse as control scheme. But yeah, I can't say a date yet. It will eventually be on roadmap, so you can see in what order things goes in. Yeah. Don't take it too personally, Henrik. Most criticism are from people who feel as strongly as you do about success of this game. Yeah, for sure. That you know, I would find it odd if someone keeps coming back here and playing every day and have thousands of hours. It would be odd if they don't enjoy something about the game, right? Because you wouldn't spend that time if you didn't. So I fully understand that. That's fine. But I also think it's easy to forget about, like, oh, he's just a CEO. He don't know nothing. He's doing his thing. But I wouldn't agree that you know, maybe that's true for many other games and companies, and we don't do things very typically as I guess the world's standards when it comes to making games and our developer positions. I may be different types of CEO, being also the game designer and also main investor, and you know, being very close to the development of the game, and have also extremely long experience from MMO games. Like I mentioned many times, I come from the beta days of Ultima Online, and since then I've played a lot of MMOs over the years, and I'm missing a true sandbox game on the market. I know there's an audience for it, which you have shown us, and this is the game now that we're working on to deliver that fully. Never forget Tazus. What? It's not picking on you personally, just some of the issues that the players are having and are not even on a list, and those are not on the list are not fully implemented or put in such a way as not necessary to be useful of the players. Realize this game is your baby, and we appreciate that. It's just that some of the areas are kind of forgotten. I wouldn't say any areas are forgotten. When a lot of players are asking about different issues or features, we have them on a list, and we try to see. Everything comes down to resources and man hours, pretty much. We are a super small team still compared to any other MMO, and I also understand it's easy to forget that sometime, that you know, we should produce and do things just like any giant out there. But like I said, we need to be very careful how we plan our schedule and how we spend our developers in the different areas. And I wouldn't say anything is forgotten. When a lot of people are pointing out same things over a period of time, then it's quite clear to us that this is something that is important and people are aware and care about that area. And we take note. We add that to our list. It's just that we have quite a large list. Not only bugs and issues, we also have an enormous list of features and content that everyone wants. We all want it and we all need it. It's just that we have to be realistic and just pick parts of these in every upcoming patch, and we can't just go all over the place and we can't get everything in one go. And that's also something we try to communicate. This is a marathon, it's not a short sprint. We're gonna build and make Immortal 9 better than ever more than 10 years from now. So this is just the beginning. We're just starting. We ran Immortal 9 1 for over 10 years, and you know, we have a lot of huge technical limitations and core issues in that game, which we have solved and removed in Immortal 9 2. And we also reached out to a much wider, more casual, excited audience coming from many other games, you know, Rust, Tarkov, Valheim, you know. We're tapping into a huge audience, so there's so many players want us to focus on Immortal 9 too. And I can understand people get offended when we don't pick the ones that group wants now, and it gets forgotten because we don't do it now. We fully understand that, but I also just hope people try to see it from our point of view as well, that we can't do everything in one sprint. We have to do things in a prioritized order where it makes most sense for the game. And what I mean with that is that we look at the game and the data and the player base as a whole and try to measure it using that as a feedback, rather than maybe this time it's just a few guilds that really demands and want this, but 90% of the population needs this instead. Then we need to pick that, as you can understand. Quite easy math as well, how to prioritize some of those things. So I hope that makes sense. And it shows that we do care and we do have everything on our list. We don't ignore anything. We just have to have some patience and we will get there. You know, every month we will get closer to get to that goal. Hiring sound designers. We're open for quite a few positions and we're getting mails every now and then. People are applying and we're going through them every now and then as well to see what we may be able to cover in time and what we may need first of all. So again, we urge anyone interested in game development with experience to send in their application and we will go through them at times as well. We're all Henrik children. Indeed. Feels like we are a big mortal family, but obviously there's also sibling fights, right? Alright, maybe it's time for some gameplay. What do you say? My fan is making me... My headset is not blocking. It's an open headset, and right now I wish it was a closed one, because that fan is making a horrible noise, but feels pretty cool with that on. It works on Steam Deck already. It does. You know, I haven't looked into that at all, so I don't know even. But if you say it works, then great. How's it going with content for new players in Milan? It's going great. We have grand plans to make it, you know, be even more innovative, hooking those new players is always our grand plan, right? And we have pinpointed some really good stuff that will help that greatly. So we're gonna have measure tools now when we're adding those steps. So obviously we can measure again afterwards to see everything in great detail. All for one and all, and one for all. Indeed, Ginger. When might we see additional pet commands like the ability for the pet to auto-attack someone if he hits it with Beast Mastery work? I have a slight suggestion, take it or leave it. You're the expert. What about introducing a system for people who want to maybe master a few more crafting skills that makes them sacrifice action skills, like 2-to-1, transfer to skills points for honor professional skills to keep the balance. That way some could theoretically put everything into crafting, but not any level of combat if they wanted to. Wolves, you're actually getting dangerously close to our veteran system functions, and that's new information right now, but yeah, that's all I can comment to that right now. Guys, shall we meet up at I think it's Lord British or Model 2. Shall we meet at the tavern? Let's meet at the tavern, just like any you guys that played the traditional old Dungeon and Dragons pen and paper, sitting down and we had a game master in front of you. Our classic start every time was, alright, so you're sitting at the bar. That was our classic start almost every game session. Do you recognize these guys? Did you also do that across the world, or was it only us? Tell me. Hell yeah. Worldwide. Also met at the bar. Of course. Right? Around the table at the tavern with the obligatory dagger in the map. Indeed, indeed. So, quite classic. Comes from every corner of the world. Interesting. I uninstalled. It's too clunky and laggy for us players. I'll be back if they ever create a US server. So that's something different then, because we have some of the best PvPers in our game is from US, and they play without any ping issues whatsoever. Obviously, if you're lagging, as in bad performance FPS, you may running on a quite old computer, I would say, because we have quite far optimized the game, so it runs quite smooth on medium end, even some low end computers. And we have a ping normalization system that makes you compete just as anyone else, even from the US. So that's not a factor. But yeah, if it's laggy due to either packet loss or frames, then of course that's rough. And yeah, we are working on optimizing that as well, moving on to Unreal 5. Every adventure starts in a bar. Indeed. We all love drinking before an adventure. Yes. So I'm an old school tabletop RPG player. That's why I love Mortal Online 2 so much. It feels like D&D. Yeah, I agree. You know, and obviously me also coming from that when I was, starting from a child and then moving over to Diablo, then Ultima Online, and trying to get that magical feeling, That's also part of why we made Mortal Online, the setting we have. Obviously I wanted to bring that magic feeling back in an awesome game, and that's also I wanted to be a true sandbox, because then there's so many things we can do, especially over time. There will be, so many different features and things to discover and explore in different times, and you can cycle all those contents and just eventually just live there in VR and connected to the brain. We literally met at the bar. And chance of a belt or torch lantern. Yes, we're looking into some options there as well, along with some additional magic with light sources as well. Oh, sneaky peek. Yeah, I think the veteran hint was a big one. Yes, I ate some bomb. Some best peers in the world here, including me. All right. I mean, just look at our G45K guy from Australia, furthest distance to our server. He's dominating most of his opponents, even outnumbered at some times. And just ask him. He have worse ping than most player in US, and he claims that if you blame ping, you're not doing it right. Obviously, you also have to adapt to your ping range when you reach a certain stage. Yeah, the game is quite CPU heavy still, and we are actually doing additional CPU optimization now. And like I said, we're doing additional ones with Unreal 5 transition as well. I have an 5600X and a 2070 Ti. You should have decent frame rate at most location running on that computer, I would say. There are locations that are less optimized where we all get a beating on FPS, and every level streaming we all get a freeze from, and that's just how it is in Unreal Engine 4, and that will be removed in Unreal Engine 5. So it all depends on what you are referring to in terms of being laggy.
Oh my god, another one.
Another
A Lufu Rat with the Prime, thank you. Are Mountain Majors gonna get a buff, or we work anytime soon? We are gathering data on Mountain Major being feeling underpowered, underused. So it looks that there are room for some tweaks and improvements for sure. Game is a SPU killer. Ah, okay. The ping was on such a fact to move the server to west coast of the USA and try playing it. We played on American servers, and you know, even in, what was it? So there's a ping range, as I mentioned many times before. When you start moving above that one, or even worse, having packet loss, that's when things starts to be, you know, get an experience. But like I said, it's not even comparable to how it was in the first game. You had at least 500 ms just getting the package in the first game, and then you added the distance and the travel back and forth. It was such a huge difference, and we also didn't have any ping normalization in the first game. That's why most Americans and Australian couldn't compete on the same way and level. Australian couldn't even use melee at all. They had to only go for magic. Now we have a huge and growing amount of Australian players, and they're having a blast, and they're actually PvPing on a high level with melee, which really shows that it's a day and night difference from the first game. Sure, it's not perfect, and it will never be perfect also, because there's so many factors also in flukes to count for when it comes to internet traffics. There's so many factors that can give flukes and odd behaviors also at any given time. So that's also one of the risks or thing that can occur at any time that we also always have to be aware of playing an online game. You know, the different routes from one country to another, you know, there can be an issue in the main routing from America, for instance, which means whole America is being affected during that hour if there's an issue or something. Same goes for any of the routings to our servers. So, but again, we still believe that trying to run a huge open world, when you become famous, you're famous in that world. Everyone can go there, meet you, and there's so many interesting components that are unique, but obviously it comes with challenges and some minor downsides as well that we have to adapt to and understand, while we slowly improve in those areas as well over the years, both technology wise, internet wise, and software wise. All right. I guess I just suck, lol. Pooty Pounder, no. If you just start mod online, there's a common thing also. It feels a little clunky when you see other playing it. Feels and looks slow. All of that's gonna go out the window as soon as you start getting deep in your character and learn how the combat system actually works. And as soon as you hit that little milestone, you're gonna feel, holy shit, this feels great and it's fun and exciting and there's a high challenge, especially in the beginning. As soon as our player gets past that first notch, the experience and feeling change greatly. So I urge everyone to try to get past that first challenge, and things will just improve from there on. Gameplay time. I'm always getting stuck in the chat. Yeah, I've done the giveaway, and let's meet at the bar, guys. The Tindremic Tavern. That's the place. I'm starting up. Let me see where I have it. So, Tindrem Tavern, guys. Anyone that wanna join in, meet me at the Tindrem Tavern. Gonna do a little game session as well. And plans to add new and unique music to the game. We are looking into trying to expand the music a little bit eventually, yes. We haven't really found a good match or a good setup. We want to try to stay as close and true as possible to our theme that we created in the past. But yeah, we do want to expand on that further. Heading there, but always at the moment. What? All right, I'm jumping in the tavern right now, guys. Can you show us how to solo kill a forest troll? No, a troll is not meant to be soloable. They are, I mean, you can. We have seen people solo them and show that they are running around shooting it with arrows for a very, very long time. So it is doable, but not very effective, as it shouldn't be. Those giants are meant to be a group effort. But yeah, it is doable. Yeah, pets around housing and obviously moving inside houses requires a new system we're working on. That is part of our polish focus currently. Alright, furniture free placing? What do you mean? Yeah, you can place furniture in your houses. Alright, alright. I'm in the tavern. Let me put on the game. There we go. The beautiful tavern of Tinram. I can't wait until we can sit down here and have a chat.
That's unfortunate.
Vamos.
If I talk like a heathen.
Hey, Lagray.
Hello there.
How's it going?
Okay, there he is.
Everything is perfect.
Great.
What's
great.
happened today?
So that
Hey,
is
how's it going?
Hey, how's it going? So that's the
No
question.
problem.
Shall we try a dungeon run or a specific boss that we want to hit today? Anyone up for a challenge?
Hey, I'm up for a
Yeah, boys.
Hell yeah.
Alright. Let's gather a gang then and then pick a location. Guys, what do you say? Do you have a suggestion where we should run today?
Are we winning?
Yeah, let's see who's wanna join up, and we need to pick a location as well. The lava boss, eh? The Ultumeki. Do you wanna try the Ultumeki or something else? A dungeon? Clothes in Minotaur Cave. Yeah, we could do.
We do it.
I mean, if we get a solid coordinated group, we could even try do the clothes and then the Minu King.
I feel like I should be kneeling.
But then we need a coordinated team, or we will feed the king. Earn your black cape. I tried a moment, but no success. No success. Minu King could be catastrophic if we are spread out players randomly. Need tight coordination and teamwork. What the hell is going on? Someone is having a hole in his mouth. What the hell are you doing?
He's very ill.
Noon, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing?
Me?
Yeah. What are you spitting in your helmet?
He isn't.
He's spitting in his helmet.
It's his way of, getting rid of his chewing tobacco. He likes to feel it drip
Carnimata, I heard they are a little bit
from his chest.
assy. Is that
I
correct?
think it may be his way of showing everyone that he's a cunt.
I heard they have some asses.
You didn't hear I'm the best player in the game?
But what do I know? I don't know much of the guild
Yeah,
conflict.
you're that guy that I beat, and then you wouldn't give the cape that you waged over, right?
Carnimata being Carnimata. Spitting on his own face, indeed.
Is it like a different type of beef cut up or something? Is it like a
Take this group to Kalina Cave and fish it up.
carne asada?
Kalina Cave, eh? I mean, I'm up for any run.
What's
Um,
Why would you eat rat?
yeah, Kanamata seems to be quite the asshole, right? Quite the assholes. But Good for some guilds, I guess. They have a lot of assholes to hunt down and kill. That's also part of the game, right?
Yeah, Carter, they're assholes.
No, see, you just gotta speak their language, you know? I was just like, and he understood, you know? That's how he understood and he walked away. Maybe he's just misunderstood.
The troll in his spear, yeah, we could do that. We could do that.
What is this gaggle of mongoloids in here?
I'm actually a Mongol.
Yeah, I think the Mini King requires a tight group effort.
Don't knock it till you try it.
Can we hope for command undead range increase at least twice? Yeah, maybe it needs even additional range. We did increase a little bit, but maybe it requires even more.
I love that.
So what are we all like staring at?
I'm so looking forward to losing what little bit of gold I have. Playing blackjack. Indeed, Sislan, and he will have it. He will have it for epic release. That's the plan. It is pretty much done. We just need some art for it and tie it together.
I'm actually here to I'm here to help you out, Henrik. I see that there's a murderer amongst your
I'm not a murderer! I'm not a murderer!
Indeed.
I'm not a murderer!
Let me
Kill him, kill him, kill him.
That is some different sound volumes for sure in the VoIP is a tough one. Yeah, I may have to mute if it continues too much. Yeah, I almost forgot we had a mute ability actually a while back or last session actually. So yeah, that's a nifty little feature for sure. If you don't like what you hear, you can always mute the targets. Yeah, if it continues, I'm gonna start muting so we don't get too much annoyance. When Blackship comes out, will you go around and play in people's fort with them? For sure, for sure. You know, it was really cool when you guys built the keeps in the different locations. I visited to see what kind of view you got. And yeah, just in the future, we're gonna have more of those options to invite players and hopefully me, and we can have some play sessions. Sit down at the tables and play games as well. Can you mute all? Yeah, you can do a turn it off, the VoIP, if needed. I mean, VoIP adds a lot of good stuff to this game, but obviously there's always some rotten apples, right? And kids that can't simply, you know, behave more as an adult. As long as they follow the rules and don't break them, you know, if they break them, they will lose the rights to use our VoIP system. And if it's more than that and severe, obviously they will lose the rights to play the game. So again, you know, it's not that hard to play within rules. You can still role play and be a nasty enemy, but you should, you know, common sense, right? Which I know is difficult for some people, I guess. The rotten apple is part of the experience too. It's no fun without villains. Yeah, like I said, guilds need someone to hunt and kill also, right? I said that before. So as long as they follow rules, we need those as well. I agree. Shall we? What do we say? Do we want to go for the clothes in Mino? Or do I have any options? Yeah, I agree with accidental potato. Rice, sorry. Minnow. Shall we do the minnow dungeon then? Get the clothes, some minnows, and depending on our team and efficiency, maybe try the king. Well, it's great. It's a shame it doesn't allow play music. I mean, there will be a music system, so you'll be able to play real in-game music eventually. But yeah, you know, it doesn't fit the game too well if everyone is playing different modern music. Press it too far and someone can pull all vices. Satyr. It sounds good. Shall we go to the Minnow dungeon then? Minnow is doable, but you need a very coordinated group since one mistake is fatal and your progression is lost on a life steal. Yeah, like I said. And now we have random people groups, so that's why I think the Minnow King could be very difficult. But the Clothos shouldn't be too difficult. Shall we go to the Minnow dungeon, people?
Let's go mine Tefra.
Yes.
Alright, let's
Let's go mine Tefra.
let's saddle up and see who's up for it. Let's go out and saddle up. Who the hell want to mine Tefra? Is that Karnamati? Where is the Ron Karnamati group at Tefra? You're in Tinram? Yes, I am.
Hello. Where are you looking at? You're looking at me. Thank you for making this game a great place.
Gab!
Henrik. Let's go, guys.
What about Cerebus? That's one option. That's one option. But I think the people wanted the Minnow, right? Didn't I have a... Yes, I had one. Let's take the handsome Henrik here.
Sheesh.
Right, what have we got here? What have we got? Got quite a lot of stuff here. We got a ready cape. Yeah, got some overflow of skills.
Henrik, do you need a horse or do you need a light theater? I have one.
And
a Molva.
Got a horse.
I have a Molva as well.
He's got his own triple legs.
I got my
I guess I could
own
bank
triple
these some of these stuff. Be right back, be right back, be right back. Yeah, those vocal cords sounds a little fishy. Yeah, the guards are not pickpocketing or checking the pockets currently.
You got a headset or not?
Just gonna do a little got my horse food? No, just gonna bank us some stuff. Look at these goodies. Got some scoundrel here. Alright. Let's paste my Nahuat. Yeah, this is a Roman-inspired city. Got some silver coins there. Awesome, awesome. Alright, alright. I think we are good with the rest here. Let's go back. Yeah, Tinram is the capital city of the Tinramic Empire. Roman-inspired, that is correct. Look at these guys blooding on the streets. We have some crazy people with us, guys. Cranish. Alright. Did I have horse armor? No, I didn't. It's okay. It's okay, I guess. The players build this city. No, this is NPC. It's the one of the big lore locations. It's the capital of the Tinremic Empire. So you can read quite a bit about it on a website. So this is a very large city. Very majestic. Holy shit, the spider is on the run again. I don't like it. I don't like it. I wanna move up my feet from the ground. And I want a spider fangs in my toes. Are we ready for the Minnow dungeon, people?
Yes.
I guess so. Oh shit. Now my spider is very close to my dog. I just wanna...
Yeah, let's go.
Alright, someone take the lead and we will follow, I guess.
Duel me. Duel me. Duel me.
Let's go.
Duel me.
Yeah, bounty hunting we get our reward system.
Alright, I guess let's go.
No, I don't smash animals Navy styles. I let them live. They all feel their purpose, most of them at least. He's running out now. I saw him run out. Tick, 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 tick. Any bets on the results or what? There's always a high chance that we are getting ambushed or collide into another guild that gonna wreak mayhem. That is always on the map. Something to go.
Yes, Nave guys, very close. Be careful.
Hello, hello.
Nave guys to the right in front of us.
Okay, so we maybe get that action going already. The beauty of mortal, right? Obviously, traveling on the paths may also offer some of that danger. Yeah, a tyrant. A tyrant is shooting arrows at my horse, and yeah. So that is one other thing. Sound wise is an issue. You barely hear that happening, so you have to watch on the screen at all times and monitoring the life and everything going on. And right now I was way too distracted reading stuff while that was going on. And yeah, you need to quickly act for this not to happen. So yeah, not good. I lost my horse a little bit too early here. And no armor on the horse either, so arrows goes straight through. Yeah. What the hell? Like I said, some of those sounds needs to be fixed. Oops. And now we got straight into a fight. And I don't even have my hotkeys correct, so this is not working very well, but yeah. Who's this guy? So it's Levia. It's Levia, guys. So yeah, we got what 50 meters, and then we got a group of Levias encountering us. Something.
Here for my 1v1, Henrik.
Something that, like I said, we need to be ready for.
Where's my 1v1 at,
moving
kid?
on the roads. Whoops! Who the hell was that? Look at him having an arrow in the head. Look at my key mouse directions. I'm stuck on something. What the hell? Look at my mouse keys. I have the mouse direction and up.
That's right, Henrik. Split his wig.
Fuck him up,
missing in like every freaking.
You're the best, Henrik. Holy shit.
Look again. I need to set those. Look,
Oh, he's getting
look.
healed. Someone's healing up.
Wait. Okay. Up.
Ooh, big hit, big hit.
Big hit. Go Henrik, go Henrik, go Henrik.
So this is my first fight without hotkeys since Combat Beta, guys. So bear with me. Forgive me of my crappy skills. Not what it used to be. I need to get back in the saddle, and I need to set some of my keys in a different way. Then I should give a little bit more of a challenge. Oh, fuck. And what kind of sword do I even have?
Henrik, he's calling you a light switcher.
When
He's got an RP rope.
Come on, you little silly fool! Come here! What the hell?
Get him, Henrik, get him!
So they're coming from a miles away. Every single up. And no stamina. Jesus, I'm moving my whole... Look.
Henrik, you gotta use your fang key, man. You gotta use your fang key.
All ups. Really need to set my ups. Whoops. Alright, so the question is, should we bring a new horse, or is everyone split since Lega came? Oops. I don't know. What do you say, guys? Not really PvP ready currently. But, yeah. What do you say?
All you have to do is say praise be Levy and I'll let you live.
Should we get a new horsey? Oops. Look at this. What the hell is he doing? I will get a new horse, and then what the hell? Who's hitting me? Someone is. Oh, come on!
No guard zone, kid.
Yeah, they had to cheat to win. You know, that's how noobs do it. Fighting someone that haven't been PvPing for since common beta, you need to do the magic cheats with his friend. You know. Yeah, that guy I would beat 100% since I was, you know, in the combat beta fighting. I've fought much better, you know. So that one I beat for sure. But yeah, quite lame to interfere with the Thunder Lash. No, I mean, I'm not obviously the pro PvPer, but if I get to set my keys again, practice a little bit, then I'm back to where I used to be, I think. Which is alright. Trying to run in a song guard. You know, I wasn't even dueling that kid. I was trying to get a horse, and he just came out of nowhere and started fighting me. I wasn't even up for it. You know, we can do PvP, fighting, group fights, events as well. This was not meant to be one. This was meant to go to the Minnow dungeon and see what we could do there. But as I said, you know, we can always expect groups running into us on the live streams, because obviously that can be fun for groups. And that's something everyone needs to consider when joining in these groups. That's why also it's come at a risk. Ban Levia. No, I mean they're playing as they want to, right? Obviously I we took a path, took our time to show where we're going, so anyone can obviously run into us and do whatever. Isn't that a stream snipe? I mean, like I said, you know, whenever we head out, there's, you know, I'm inviting anyone to join in and tune in, and obviously some may join in to fight, and that's fine also. It obviously depends on what we're setting up to do, what our goal are, and then see how far we can get. Like we said, we were joking about maybe how long do we survive or get this time, you know.
Meow.
Griefing people with murder counts. Am I griefing someone, you think? I don't think I've been griefing anyone. Oh, I wonder if I can... Thank you. I'm gonna... yeah. Yeah, my pet point is just too low. Who traded this one with me? Very kind, but it's too high. It's
Give me the hole, so I will
mix.
keep it.
It's a mix.
No.
I can stable it. I'll fix the...
Is it magic?
Yeah, I mean, so I've said it many times as well. This is one of the big part that we're working on for the Epic release. We are missing the security system, as we have mentioned. I have no coin. Okay, I have to wait. Let me trade this one back. This one. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Very kind. Thank you. Let's get a little rest. So, let's see. Should we make a plan if we want to reach Minnow Dungeon? Obviously, me not paying attention, getting my horse shot from mounted archery isn't a good start. You always need to be focused when playing Mortal Lion, or things goes quickly in a wrong direction. So, as I mentioned, as we said day one, we wanted to have something similar to Evil Lion. They have high security to zero security. Zero security means you can't even place murder counts. There's no criminal action because it's really out in the no man's land. But near cities and capitals, there will be patrolling guards, outposts to protecting citizens near the emperor. You know, these capital cities and cities. Same goes for difficulties of the animals and creatures. So new players just don't go straight out and get killed by a very difficult, dangerous creature, or get PK'd just outside every city border. So that is something we are working on as well. So there's areas that are meant to be exciting, interesting, rewarding PvP, and then also there are a lot of noob areas that are not meant to be PvP zones for obviously good reasons. In Evil Lion, high sec criminals are guaranteed death. Yeah, I know. I played a lot of Evil Lion, and so high security is inside this city, for instance, and that should pretty much guarantee death to anyone committing a crime. We are expanding on that security level as well. And then low, some security outside where there are patrol paths and guards, camps, etc. Staying close to those may bring some protection as well.
Can say the same thing, Radagast. I can say the same.
Then obviously the further away you go, the less security, until it's no security and no murder detection at all or anything like that. I just suggest Mina, but it's too late to get in game. But just trolling with Mina suggesting go somewhere where you get some quality action, doesn't need loads of coordination. Guaranteed that's kind of lame. There should always be dangers. There are always danger, even in towns. There's nothing that prevents someone from committing a crime, but it shouldn't be quick in capital cities, obviously, where it's supposed to be high guarded for logical reasons, following lore, following game logic, and obviously supporting new players getting into the game, or it would be lunatic. Yeah, exactly, Beetle Guace. I mean, we all want and need a growing player population, right? And we need to make that happen in a proper way. This game is very unforgiving and very harsh in thousands of ways, but that doesn't mean it should be this, you know, same level of without security for any new player starting in any new location or city. So yeah, we're working on that part. Okay, do we have any votes? Is there any guilds or groups that wanna tag in and go somewhere? Need to gear up. Okay, we got some gear. Thank you.
Yes, Henrik. Do you want Levia to escort you?
I'm trying to see what we want to do here. I mean, Levia, wasn't it you guys who killed me?
No, we would never kill you.
I think so,
It was
right?
Nave.
Yeah, I think so.
Nah, you must have got us confused with somebody.
Oh. Let's see, what weight do we got here? Look at this badass Ogmir. Freaking cool.
I think your only option is to do this dungeon in Tindrum.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go to the dungeon.
Look at this horny fuck here. I like you, you're kinky.
Hey Henrik, why does a
Whoa,
person
what is
lose
this
weight
armor,
even if
man?
a guard doesn't see you kill somebody?
Crapite Riser Dagger
More or less.
with a Crapite Riser hilt of impeccable quality.
I think it's black.
So, are we trying for a boss or dungeon, or what do you think, guys? I think we need some guilds to step up if we wanna try to survive. Got a little scattered when Levia came and
Yes,
jumped
Levia
me.
will protect you.
I'm not sure if Levia gonna protect me when they were the one killing me, right? Doesn't make sense. Yeah, and this is also why a lot of groups are looking forward to TC, when you can build your own kingdom,
Like
hire your own
pretty
security, your guards, whitelist, banlist players, how you see fit, which obviously can give you your own rules. You can trust Levia. Can I though? Can I, Shadow? Man, they just backstabbed me and team ganked me like poor noobs. Not very honorable. He's not good in PvP, that's the sad part. Who? DB. Who stays in sewers? Who stays in sewers and learns nothing. Who are you talking about? You're afraid of your own playbase? Live is good people. I'm afraid of no one. Why should I? I enjoy this game as anyone else. And I'm already prepared for death, so you know nothing goes. I'm not sure we can trust Levia. They've shown how they act currently, so you know that's the cool part of reputation, right? You show what kind of gang or player you are, and then that may stick with your name. Yeah, I mean, like I said, so when I do these streams, it's a high chance that guilds will target me. That is a no-brainer. I'm prepared and used with that. So depending on whatever we set up to do, obviously I keep that in mind, right? So so yeah, and sometimes there are guilds that wanna, you know, group up, and obviously then some may not show up because they are afraid of getting wiped. So they do show up when they think they have the power in their favor. Use gene power to smite them.
Why is everybody muted here?
And next stream, just control the mini king. Indeed, indeed.
Some people kill and live on the eastern entrance to
Retrospect, yeah, that is why we're working on several things.
You should add ability to cuff somebody, put them in a cage, and then ride away with them.
Indeed. Or Kotasurg.
Why? Then all you noobs would be caged up and not be able to play the game.
Yeah, I mentioned card system and ship system a little bit earlier in the stream. We are doing some of the finalizing design for the siege machines, which is also utilizing the mount system or dynamic mount system that will be used for wagons and ships as well. Is Dave getting griefed on stream right now? No, I'm just standing, you know, communicating with you and or seeing if we have a group of players that wanna go for dungeon or anything like that. But like I said, it's at anyone's own risk due to we may be a target as well right now, you know. What's the plan for defending a stronghold? So you will have different defensive machineries just as we have offensive machineries. And each time you come online play stream, you should be an event where people have to escort you safely to another location. That could be a event for sure. Maybe I will protect you. No, they won't, unforgiving. They are backstabbers. They just ganked me. I wasn't paying attention, my horse died, and that was the end of it. So yeah, Livia seems to be building up a reputation that they are not really nice in-game players and getting a lot of enemies. And that's all part of it, right? Guilds needs enemies. Miscreants will help Levia protect you too. Is there a plan in place to improve the game some way? What kind of question is that? I don't fully understand. Improve the game? Never trust the miscreants. Also leave hijack the Necro dungeon and stream as well. There were quite a lot of different guilds at the Necro location, and you know, surprisingly I managed to survive in every different group for quite a while. until I die to mobs, I think. Haven Zero, I mean, you know, I haven't really an advanced announced specific in-game sessions, but if I do, usually we have huge guilds showing up. Many of them are very nice and supporting and trying to keep me alive, and that's fun for everyone because then obviously there will be different types of fights, and sometimes we survive to do different dungeons and raids and traveling in the world, so there's a huge variation. Depends a little bit also obviously what we announce in advance so people can prepare and be ready for it, especially if it's big guilds that want to participate. Maybe I will defend you with my life. Well, I'm not sure I'm forgiving. You're playing with backstabbers. Can you talk about the different content you got coming, such as ways to increase standing or daily stuff you have planned? So, as I mentioned before, we have looked a lot when it comes to new players joining game. Obviously, that is very important to have a high retention, how that is being experienced by the players. The first hours is very critical to the game. Haven works very well, it's quite straightforward to most players joining in. But after Haven, when they join or pick any of the cities in Milan, that's when the challenge starts, where there are some holes where players drops off for different reasons. That is obviously one of our big focus, to make sure that we help them and hold their hands a little bit more to get into the game. So one, there's a few things like guild recruitments, notice boards. That is always a very good tool to promote player interaction and joining with other groups and like-minded players. That is a very powerful function to get new players into the game. And then there's a surprisingly large group of solo players and small group players that want to do things on their own pace and their own order. And to help them also to get into the game, we are expanding on a task system. So the task system is going to be a lot more exciting, a lot more options and different categories for those, you know, so depending on what you're interested in, you can pick different types of tasks. And that is to obviously help and work for the cities and the empires. So by doing that, you learn mechanics, you expand your character and you make money on it and you make standings, all different types of rewards. And those will be expanded on, so there will be some different types. And that is a good way also to introduce new players and getting them more into the game and show them how to travel to some of the different cities as well in a meaningful way. And of course, we have TC and sieging for those that want to build and conquer and besiege your enemies, which is a never-ending content story, which is obviously also very wanted. And that should also, obviously, if Levia now is a tough guild that provokes a lot of guilds, they may be busy defending their home base rather than trying to kill me, for instance, if we have those function in game that promotes exciting PvP as well. So obviously those features and areas would go a long way to bring a lot of never-ending content to the players, new and old. Do you plan to add new kind of swords? Yeah, we have a huge list of weapons, including the current weapon types we have, like more sword, head and handle types, axes, all of them. We have quite a list, but we start with 5 of each for now. Nave has the most keeps in game, so that would be difficult to defend all of them then when we have sieging entering the game. If They have enemies that want to commit to get any of those strongholds, that is. Yeah, new pack just dropped on Unreal Store. We don't use that Divine DMC. We create our gear on our own. You can't just buy a pack and put it in the game and think it's gonna work. It's not that type of game. How's the progress on the tower shields? So we plan to have them in this coming patch or the next one. And plans adding vision impairment on visors. We did try that a little bit in the first game and it didn't turn out that well, so we put that on hold for now. Common schemes. We are not planning to have any race reroll tokens at this point, only on Haven when it comes to improving the new player experience in different ways, but that is one of the things you need to commit to, and you can't change in the game later on. Everything else you can pretty much change. Oh, the keep's gonna get value, like I said with TC. You're gonna be able to construct your own cities, different services, and run your own city. And we have obviously sieging along with that, which allows players to fight for it, take it, or destroy it. Any property in this game is irrelevant. There are safe banks around the map that no one can siege. Isn't that like every single game in the world where you can save your progression and store some of the things so you don't get clean wiped and quit the game? I've said probably over 20 times that yes, we buy packet assets for specific things in our game when we save a lot of time and in things that doesn't matter because a rock looks like a rock, a wall looks like a wall. We only have to go through the content to optimize it and tweak quite a lot of things and, you know, mold it to fit our game world. So yes, again, for the 20th time probably, we do buy packet assets where it makes sense, just like any other studio, and which Epic Games promotes us to use to save time, because again, we are 40 people compared to 500 to 1000, which most other MMOs are. Obviously we want to work smart and clever and efficient, right? So why reinvent the wheel when we want to add a tree or a grass or a structure or something like that that saves us a lot of time? That's where we can benefit, saving some work. But obviously there is no mortal specific assets, races, you know, stuff like that. That obviously that's where we need to build everything custom. You know, all the systems, features, the character system, armor system, everything is custom built to work with our system and fit together, and most importantly, performance is king. Now we can throw in, these are the highest detailed character in any MMO right now, and close to being one of the highest in any single player or peer currently. And we can have 100 players of these on the screen without killing your computer. And that's where we spent a lot of our efforts and time, which, you know, that's what the game is all about: performance, and still looking amazing, and having a true sandbox game. You said you didn't use packets at all. No, I never said that. I've said many times, we buy packets where it makes sense, where we can save time. I've said this so many times, so that I don't know where you got that from. That's not true. But when someone says, yeah, you can buy siege machines from the market and put them in the game, and therefore we have siege machines, that's not true. That's not how it works. The siege machineries we are creating works very specifically to our game, so obviously we have to build all that from scratch, from system to components, just like our crafting system or clay system. You can't just buy that because it doesn't exist. Truly did a great job on the performance. It was super. Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think that it speaks for itself, right? We have quite some large-scale battles and areas, and we are in a pretty solid spot when it comes to raw performance on character on the screen. Any other big change for next patch? So it's filled with obviously polish and focus, important core issues that we're focusing on. Content-wise, we have necro content, points of interest, general points of interest. We are looking to finalize the tower shields. And yeah, like I said, the focus is polish and bug fixing. Building an MK million phasing node lots. I'm pretty certain all buildings have lots in our game. That's one of the huge process we're going through to optimize, work with the materials, because if we do like you suggest, we just buy everything and push it into the game would crash instantly. We would have no memory optimization whatsoever. The game wouldn't run, because obviously just adding a packet after packet means you will have endless amount of packages eventually, and loading all that data just kills the game. So that's why it just doesn't work like that. You can't just build a game by buying packages and think that that's gonna work. There's a lot of work goes behind every single area of the game. Doing a good job, appreciate it. Thank you, Sir Carius. I mean, yeah, it's a strange topic. It's like you're not allowed to use packages. I mean, on Epic Games added this as a huge industry for game development. Their whole business model is, all you developers out there that are hungry to making awesome games, we're gonna make that efficient for you. We are building the best game engine in the world, and I agree, it's one of the best game engine in the world. They're gonna help you save time, not building your own game engine. That's one huge step. And then of course they want to help us with, or help everyone with, assets, building high detailed next gen assets for everything that is common, to again save a lot of time. And a lot of huge companies, including Epic Games themselves, uses these assets in their games, and they share them with game developers, again to promote games moving forward quickly and efficient. But as I said before, it's very important for us to obviously make sure we build Mortal Online, and we can't build Mortal Online without having our team building everything that is unique to be Mortal Online, such as all the systems, support the systems, having a unique performance with a lot of character on the screen, and everything that is unique to Mortal Online, the universe of Mortal Online. And that is obviously the big task. And then the biggest project for making a game like this is a network solution. There is no network solution to build an MMO using Unreal Engine, and that's what we have been working on for 16 years and are in a frontier currently, and seems to be the first MMO ever on the world market using Unreal Engine 5 with Mortal Line 2. So yeah, that's gonna be awesome. Where is it there? Here, this is Tinram. Just chilling, chatting with people, and I guess I'm open for anything. I didn't have any food. Let me check my bank. Should I add a lot of skins? What do you mean with skins? Oh, nice. Thank you. What do I mean with skins? So we have a quite robust character system that makes you look very unique if you play around with the character system. Gear-wise, we are a little bit limited. We started with several types of armor from light to heavy. But obviously we have a huge list of additional gears, including clothes, if that's what you mean by skins. And then of course we have additional amount of hairstyles, tattoos, etc. that you can discover, learn, and offer to players as well. I'm waiting a bit for the next launch with Unreal 5 and Spanish translation if it's possible. We are updating our translation every now and then. And yeah, a lot of people are waiting on the Unreal 5 transition and release phase on Epic Games platform. Walk from gate to the bank without locked FPS to 60 and tell me how many starters you get. So that is level streaming. I've explained this many times as well. We have several areas of the game world that is not optimized very efficiently. Like Medulla. I think Medulla is one of our worst cities currently. That needs rework optimization, which we are doing now as well for Unreal 5. And one of the biggest bottleneck in Unreal 4 now is our level streamings. We are loading a lot of data in and out, and it locks your CPU waiting for data, which gives you a big stutter. And you have those level streams on a lot of areas in the whole world. So just moving around, you may have a solid FPS, and let's see if we have a level stream here eventually somewhere. It's very noticeable when you pass a large level stream. I don't remember where there are, but there are a few ones in the city and outside, and then also in huge biomes. I don't know if here's a level stream here. Let's see. Boom. No, perfectly smooth. So no level stream there. But there are several areas out in the world where you notice that huge freeze, and that is a level stream, and that is gonna be fixed with Unreal 5. So that's a really big one. Yeah, also your game engine, what a noob. What? We're using Unreal Engine 4 and 5 very soon. It's the best game engine in the world. Why will we try to reinvent a new game engine and not make a game like Mortal Line? But I think you're joking with me. I think you know. Misses, yeah, that's also a common thing. It's, making a game is, many of us all gamers, right? But when it comes to the process of making a game and how all that works, it's a different story. So, and of course, we can discuss that as well, and we always try to explain those steps, without making it too boring for those that are interested. But I fully understand that it's not that straightforward, and if you're not working with it, it may be tricky. Did you say at some point player will be able to paint their gear? Yes, with the dye system you will be able to dye any soft clothing, and there's a lot of that. You can see here, for instance, on my armor, all these soft pieces, leather and cloth, you can dye, or will be able to dye. So you will be able to further make your look quite unique, because the dye system is going to be one of a kind in the world. Just experimenting and building millions of different color hue types is a cool system on its own. And if you make a secret recipe for a very strong specific color, you may be very alone in that, because there's so many factors that offers the strength of the color and what type of the color. So chances are that there's not that many that makes the exact same colors without asking for the exact recipe. So that's pretty cool. Nave, no, I'm sitting here chilling, relaxing. When I'm playing, obviously I'm not just staring at my character, but I'm always open for discussions, questions, and also if someone wanna team up or group up or do anything. But yeah, I didn't have proper time in pre-planning the game session today. As I mentioned, we're gonna try to make a roadmap, like a schedule for upcoming streams. We have some very exciting content to go through pretty soon, and I also want to plan some of the game sessions a little bit more beforehand and make announcements, so we can go straight to that action. Oh no, his entire module is copy pasted. No. Holy shit, no. I don't know who told you this. It's not even remotely on Earth. Right now we're on Mars or on the moon. But like I said, I guess it's never gonna be a discussion we all agree on or on the same page. But no, it takes several weeks, a month, and proper planning to build any of our cities. And if we just, again, placed cities or assets, our game wouldn't run. It wouldn't start. It would be killing your computer instantly. When can we dye back? So as soon as we have the dye system in the game, you will be able to dye everything soft. Yeah, I know skin means cosmetic, but I think most of our people in here knows that we don't sell skins, like that. You create and produce everything in this game. It's part of the in-game content and crafting and player trading. Will the game ever be open for modding in the future? No, we don't plan to do that. Like I said, we have a very strict, pipeline when it comes to everything we're gonna produce and create, and it's a never-ending list of all this content. So over the years, there's just gonna be more and more content for you to explore, and it all fits the lore and the universe very carefully. Will you have skins or no game? No. Like I said, we don't sell skins. It's not that type of game. We haven't built the game to support that as a paying model, if that's what I mean. Our game is built only in mind for a subscription-based model. If we didn't go that route, making that as a business model, we would have built the game very differently. But we want to try to make the best possible gaming experience for you guys, rather than ruining that experience with a lot of crap. We're getting mail back as soon as our patch hits. And look at this baby. Have you ever seen such amazing character? I haven't. But I'm a little biased, I have to admit that. Hallå? Ursäkta. Yeah, Medallion needs some work for sure, and we are doing that for Unreal 5 transition. Yeah, I see I'm super buying again, sorry. I will try to jump down a little bit, and I will go through a few more, and then I may need a little night snack today. Are you gonna do anything fun? Sacred gamble, it depends on... look at Hoofsa. Very determined Thursar. I like his face. I'm up for something short. As I said, I do want to grab some night snack before it gets too late. I have a working day tomorrow as well. Yeah, Dread OG, thanks for the raid and welcome. I hear poppers in the background. What is poppers? Poppers. My dog, you mean? Yeah, that Matrix Unreal 5 demo was nice and sexy. Yeah, that looked pretty sick, right? Pretty sick. And yeah, we're gonna show you Mortal in Unreal 5 pretty soon as well. I'm gonna see if we can get some of our first picture in the areas where we are getting closer to having the finished setup to support Illumines. Any chance for a wipe every year? No. This is a game that you are able to play for many years, and there's no seasons or wipes. That would be terrible for all the content we have in the upcoming years. There will be a ton every year for you to explore and obtain and construct. And if we wipe that, we would wipe years of playing, and that would be terrible for this type of game. It's too bad Black Desert kind of sucked ass. Okay. I never played it myself. I did watch it and follow it quite a lot. It looked beautiful when it released, and I said to my art team, you know, they look amazing. I would be happy if we are close to their visuals, but I have to say that our creative, designer surpassed that quite a lot. In especially character models, I think. He did an amazing job, but overall it's a beautiful MMO, I think. But yeah, it's a quite specific type of MMO, right? Very different from a sandbox like Mortal. Your purse run will maybe be hijacked if I leave town alone when I'm streaming. There, you know, my head seems to have a high value. I don't know, players for 10 years. Yeah, no, if we had that, then obviously we wouldn't be here today, unforgiving. But I see your point, you know, wanna be rough. Crowfall, I didn't have time to try that game either. I saw their release and it seems to have quite a buzz, but I never got the time to try it. Game needs a relaunch, and it will have that with the Epic Game Platform release. No wipe is required though. We wipe the cheaters and items, and that's it. V Rising. It seems like his head is a little small compared to his body, but that is a possibility with the Thursa build. So ever planning on making UO 2.0 with a top view? No, this is UO 2.0, I would say, but we want to tap into the uniqueness of first person only. And it seems like a lot of players or people are enjoying that and making it, again, feel unique. And we can also tap into a lot more player skills that involves on what you see, what you hide, you know, those kind of player skills and experience. And also a lot of cool things that are only can be done on, you know, scare tactics and stuff like that can be done on first person only. So we think it's a more exciting way to stick with first person only and make the experience as good as possible, so we don't have the traditional hide around a corner sheets set up for Mortal. Yeah, we need pickpocketing, and we will have it. We just need some time. We had pickpocketing very close to as it was in Ultima Line. In the first game, it was really fun. A lot of people enjoyed it, but there was a few things we want to improve this time around. A lot of Crawford players end up here, I think. I mean, they had some fighting and PvP going on, right? That people were jumping into and seemed to have fun for quite a while at least. And then I haven't really followed, you know, what happened next or whatever direction they're taking. We're planning to add trapping skills and traps. Yes, we have a trap system. Player craftable traps that you will be able to utilize as well. Again, I don't know where we place this on the upcoming roadmap, but it is planned for. Didn't really miss anything on not playing Crawful. I mean, I hear mixed reaction, and there was some fun to have in it, and a I always enjoy trying to take a look at most MMOs at least to see what they do, what do people enjoy in them, what they don't enjoy in them. There's always something to be learned from all MMOs, I think. Is there going to be a way to buy gold with real life money? No. Nave dies. You don't seem to be very happy with Mortal Online, and it seems like you prefer Crowfall. So, I mean, why not play Crowfall, right? You don't like our 4-direction melee system. I respect that. That's fine. But I strongly think, like a lot of our PvP players, they play it for the PvP alone, and I think it's the best PvP in any of the MMO currently. And of course, hearing that makes us very happy and proud. It's a tough industry to compete with the giants, because pretty much everyone else are giants today. I can't speak for Crowfall because I haven't tried it. No, Mortal Kombat 2 is very different from Mortal Kombat 1 as even at its core. And that is also why we're actually getting thousands of new players since the beta and stress test that came here, loved it, got excited, and following the progression. Many of them will join us when the different feature they're waiting for arriving. And obviously also, you know, a lot of people were burnt on the rough release, which hopefully, you know, they will come back at any given time when we have done the polish and hard work we need to do to make the game speak for itself. New players didn't join Mortal Kombat 1 the later years because the core system was not that polished and well working, and players couldn't really see the combat system working due to the built-in 700-800 latency in the network core. That simply made it like, you know, those that joined in at first when there were nothing else, it was more like nostalgia, and they got really into how to play with those mechanics, but new players couldn't see past the old, you know, the 10-year-old graphics and that strange network mechanic, which we fixed for Mortal Kombat 2. So that's why we can reach out to, you know, hundreds of thousands of players over the years, and hopefully we build up a very large player base and growing in the future, and just show that this is a one-of-a-kind sandbox game to reckon with. Seems like an unfair start for the Epic guys joining game. What? You know, this is a game you can start playing whenever you want, you know, in 5 years from now, and you can jump in and out from the game, taking breaks, coming back the next year, just as a lot of players are doing in all other successful long-term games, just like EVE Online. I played that game for on and off for many years. I played Ultima Online for 11 years, and I took a lot of breaks every now and then. There's no such thing as unfair start. That is rubbish in this type of game, because it doesn't make sense, it doesn't fit. I mean, if you want to be first doing something, then yeah, you need to be here first, because that's a race on those things. But everything else, progression, evolving, finding new things, content, that's up to the players, right? And I never heard excited sandbox lovers being afraid of not being here at day one. Rather the opposite. Veteran has said, you know, I will be back in a few months when the game is polished, just like most other MMO releases, and they don't want to be part of the chaotic storm that most MMOs have when they release. They are seasoned veterans, they know what they're talking about. But yeah, you know, obviously we want everyone to be able to participate when we launch and enjoy it. So obviously that was a tough one for us. We will work on the drawing distance on character data when the optimization is fully done. We are still working on that every week. We have specific developers working on that alone. Postman should be back in our patch. Our upcoming patch. This is the first MMO I enjoyed since Ultima Line. Hardmaster 69er. Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I'm coming from Ultima Line beta days, played it for 11 years. I enjoyed very much also Star Wars Galaxies, and I enjoyed even Line quite a bit. And Planet Side, believe it or not. Some Anarchy Online, believe it or not. But other than those, there are some games I enjoyed a little bit, like Dark Age of Camelot, Shadowbane. But yeah, the big one for me were especially Ultima Line and then Star Wars Galaxies, I would say. And there's been nothing that makes me excited or enjoy a game like any of those. And we're talking 96. That's quite a long time. And I never got close to that feeling ever in any game other than Mortal Online. With the way gods insta-give you, think we're gonna suck. I mean, they all don't insta-give you, and you have to learn how the thievery works to be good at it and where you do your shots rather than playing a bad thief. So, yeah.
Alvarin the Supreme.
Yeah, it was quite unique. So we had a debate very early on if we wanted to have that kind of inventory that Ultima Line had. I enjoyed a lot of that, where I could make my pouches, make magic trap on them, and put capes over them to hide them. And if the noob thief would just peek into my inventory and see a cape and move on. While me, as a veteran thief, one of the best thief on that shard, since the beginning, I learned the tricks to, getting past his robe into the pouches and steal whatever I wanted very effectively, even while moving. High skills, and that was awesome and fun. But there were a hard cap also where some things just didn't work. And yeah, they had insta-gibbs guards as well. So I think there were room for improvement in that system, but we have a very much similar system that they had, and I want to refine it a little bit. Yeah, I've heard that a few times, that tweaking volumes on different VoIPs, there's a high variation. I noticed that too. Some very loud, some very silent, and it would be nice to be able to adjust that somehow. It's not that easy because it also heavily depends on the user's microphone and Windows settings and all that. Are the new players, old players, buying new accounts? What I mean with, are the new players, old players? I'm not sure I follow. Crack, I would say that anyone that have over 2,000 hours in the game invested, he enjoyed the game even though he says he hates it or something is very, very wrong. 2,000 hours, that's a huge investment. And talking about term of value invested, those $40 getting 2,000 hours of experience, that is good value in my book. I don't know how you see it, but that data tells me this should be worth it, and there must have been some joy out of it, or something is very wrong. Navy, oh yeah, sorry man, I it's hard for me to keep track of who's talking to, if it's to me or whatever it is, you know. I may be misreading something, so you know, keep that in mind, guys. I don't mean any foul. Krampus is dead, is it? Like I said, I haven't really followed, but you know, it sounds sad and terrible if it's that quick. Gameplay was fun. I have 2,000 hours in Mortal. I obviously like the game, but I'm not going to be dishonest. No, who is dishonest? No one should be dishonest, right? There's more to the game than just PvP, and sorry about the mage, PvP is not that fun. But it's only an option there is, and for direction spinning in melee isn't great. People like that it's for loot more than anything. Yeah, like I said, you know, everyone to their own opinions, and my goal is that there should be something exciting and fun for everyone. And obviously making as much as possible fun, innovative and exciting. But I know it's also going to be impossible that everyone gonna enjoy all of the features and options and rules that we have added to the game. That's for sure. When Mortal Line 2 release, never. I don't think it's a reason to do Mortal Line 3, as Mortal Line 2 we keep on evolving now. We built Mortal Line 2 to be able to evolve also along with the technology. So nothing on the horizon when it comes to moving forward in time again from Mortal Line 2 to Mortal Line 3, at least. I played Ultimate Line the other day for the first time in like 20 years. Oh wow, the nostalgic feeling, I bet. And I can see how much it's inspired by Mortal. Keep up the work. Yeah, there's no doubt that if you played a lot of Ultimate Line, you recognize a lot of the core from you know, in Mortal Line. Yeah, Ultimate Line was, you know, my absolute favorite game. I was so into Ultimate Line for many years, and it brought such a unique experience in so many different ways. And when I hear that is the case for many of our players in Mortal Line, it just gives me a great satisfaction, that because that's been the goal at all time. You know, only getting that adrenaline rush when there's a lot on the stake. It can happen every time very quickly when you're logging into the game. That's also unique. There's no other game offering that, really. I mean, you know, sure, World of Warcraft and those grand MMOs, they are, you know, top of the world when it comes to being successful for very good reasons, and very understandable so, but they won't offer you that rush, not even close. I played World of Warcraft as well when it released in its vanilla time, when it was a little more challenging as well. And I see the good points on it and why a lot of people enjoy playing it and invest a lot of time in it. But I also see where it's completely missing a lot of the unique gaming experience that you may get in a game like Mortal Line. But yeah, it's, you know, it's not going to be for everyone. It is a rough world. Do you have a laser? I usually don't, but I'm actually getting tired and my eyes getting blobby when I'm starting to get tired, and they fall down, and it looks like looks quite tired. So I'm about to end it in a moment, I think. I'm gonna try to grab some night snack and then get some sleep before work tomorrow. DuPont 1989. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. I waited a month before I started playing after the last wipe. Okay. Yeah, Sacro Gamble. I recognize your nick. You stream the game, right? It's a fantastic game project. It needs much more content than you are working on. All that. When it reaches full potential, I imagine to be something like the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, but more and better. Celtic Clink. Yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, we are working a lot of content, and just all we need is time, and the game will shine in all categories. I have no doubts. We have a very exciting schedule this year, and it will bring it to a whole new level. And I will just let the game speak for itself when we reach those milestones. Did you ever play Shadowbane? Yes, a little bit. They didn't sell the game in my region, so I have to kind of get it in a different way and play on the US servers, if I'm not mistaken. And I played it a little bit. There was some cool stuff with it, but I never really got stuck. Not as close as I did with Star Wars Galaxies or Ultima Line. This is the MMO for me for sure. Tricky. Anarchy Online, oh, nice. Yeah, believe it or not, it's, you know, it's a very grindy theme park with some construction and some PvP rules involved. Science fiction settings with some cool concept I kinda enjoyed. And the variation of all craziness was pretty cool. But yeah, quite old MMO as well. I was waiting for the revamp, the graphical revamp, because it looks like crap eventually. But that never happened. Have it even happened today? You know, the new engine update for it, so it, you know, uses the new hardware and not slowing it down. I don't think it ever happened, and then I kind of lost track of it. Many years have passed. Oh, there's a character name in Emo Line. I still have my characters in Emo Line, and what name did I have? I'm not sure. I have to log in and take a look. Troll behind you now. Holy shit. Will there be player cities like Star Wars Galaxies? Yes, but much greater system than in Star Wars Galaxies. First of all, they're not instanced. You know, I never enjoyed that the houses was instanced in Star Wars Galaxies, but I understand technology why. There were a lot of challenges and technical limitations back then that we also have struggled with, but we managed to solve them for Mortal Line 1. And yeah, you can build houses from small to large houses now on keeps, and we are releasing our first TC package later this year that allow you to construct cities with services and run them how you see fit with your own rules. And along with that, we're also bringing the sieging system where you can construct defensive and offensive structures to defend or siege cities and such. So Galaxy Pre-CU was the best MMO I ever played, 100%. Yeah, I agree. That's when it was amazing. I played it a lot up till Pre-CU as well. And I enjoyed it a lot. It didn't surpass Ultima Line to me because that's where I was born pretty much. But it really filled a lot of the satisfaction I'm looking for a true MMO in that category. I enjoyed it a lot until after CU, exactly like you say. If you all like Star Wars, check out Movie Battles 2. It's still pretty active after all these years with updates and everything. I tried one of those Star Wars Galaxies servers, but you know, so many years have passed. It lost a little bit of the magic, and the looks is getting way out of date. So it's hard to go back to those old games. You know, it's almost better to leave them as the golden gem they are in your memory, so you don't experience that they are out of fashion and out of time in some of the cases, at least, not all. I'm waiting there before Burnt Online definitely gives you that sandbox spark. Yeah, I'm very happy to both experience it myself and hear that feedback from you as a player as well. Why can't we kill people in town if no guard sees us? You can. You just teleport through the walls, and that kind of sucks. No, if they see you and they are in range, they one guard type have a special attack that is a blink attack, and you will be able to learn that blink with that school later on as well. But they have to see you and track you or being called to react. So you can still murder someone in outskirts when no one is watching. A little mortal, but often I feel like I'm playing some modded game on a server that's running in some guy's living room. Oh man, it feels very sad to hear that, because this is as far as a modded game you ever will be. We're trying to feel, the experience that we got to experience in Ultima Online in a modern way. But yeah, I'm very sorry to hear that you feel it feels like a mod in a guy's living room. That saddens me. But that's how you feel it is. It is. Does he ever play? I do some PlayStation every now and then. Now I'm just reading chat before I'm gonna get some night snack. It's getting late over here and my eyes are slowly falling down on me. It's a good game. People mad because they see so much room for improvement. No doubt, no doubt. And there's no one more hungry than me and the team to, let the game speak for itself and show everyone what direction we're taking. And that obviously we are listening and caring about this baby. And we're not giving up until it's put there on the map, on the list, being the #1 true sandbox MMORPG out there. And then hopefully other will follow and make some exciting sandbox MMOs as well, because we do hell need them. We don't want more theme park games and clones. We have hundreds of them and they keep coming every year. It's cool, but we want something more, right? We need something more. Got 5 accounts and maybe 1500, 1800 hours in. I've got my entertainment value for sure. That's good value. I have to agree, that's good value in return. Did Crowfall die after 2 months? Holy shit. I heard a lot of good about it and a lot of people were enjoying it. There's no other game like this right now. Love it or hate it. The potential is there. Just hope you continue in the right direction. I agree 100%. When are subs coming? 1 subs when we are ready. Calm down, boy. Will you even sub on Forgiving? Will you continue play when we enable the subs? That's the big question for you. I think as time goes on and keep fixing bugs, I'll definitely keep playing. Sacro Gamble for sure, that is our focus right now. Polish is the focus currently for a while before we hit strong on the feature side. Lol, who spent 2k hours on complaining? Good question. Will ever be a party or raid option for grouping with players, different grids, blah blah. That's a discussion we had several times. A lot of new players asked for that and really wanted that, and we can see the strength in that and how that could be good. But at the same time also we kind of saw how players are forming those groups by themselves, and people kind of like that openness and sandboxiness that you may not need the function for it. But I would say that we are a little bit on the edge that, does it help, especially new players, instead perhaps better on actually adding a value? you know, we don't want to just stick to the old school sandbox rules just because. Obviously we want them to be meaningful and be because of the right decisions for the game's sake and value. So it became one of those debates. Yeah, cooking will get an update. I've already talked about the feedback we're getting with Mats. It's his system. He built it, designed it, and it's an awesome, complicated system. But of course, we need to make sure that it's worth the investment in that profession. So there's a value. And I'm trying to gather all the data and feedback so we can get a full picture of what is the main issue and situation, so we can make the proper adjustment and tweaks to it, so it shines more. That's for sure something we have got feedback on. Streamer named Clean has 9 viewers right now for Model Online. Holy cow, that seems like a huge streamer. Maybe that's a good opportunity for me to tag out then, because yeah, getting late here. Online had a lot of fluff, like much fluff. Yeah, we're getting a lot of tradable collectibles and fluff as well in Mortal Online. Should really play Heaven and Earth. Best time it gives Mortal a run for its money. Alright. I'll have to see if I have the time. What is your name in Ultima Online? Yeah, I played on Chesapeake when it began, and I had 10 characters, I think. I think my main character was Kazakh. Kazakh was my main mage character, tank mage. Mortal Online 1 is the best game I ever played. Mortal Online 2, I guess more interested and will be more live in updates. Indeed. Invade is new streamer Clean. Alright. Clean as Tarkov streamer, rate him. Thanks for great stream. Alright guys. That is awesome. It's really awesome that we get many streamers, small and large. We really appreciate the support to getting awareness of the game again, and we're getting prepared and getting ready for moving towards that next big important milestone to also release the game on Epic Games Store with all the shebangs that goes along with it, as you know. So what's going on here? There's some action in front of me. All right guys, let's take a look then on Clean, you say. Let's see. Alright, shall we raid Clean then? So he's a new player to Mortal, it seems, so you guys have to teach him the ropes. Tell him how it's done. That goes a long way, and that's also part of one of the part we're working on to help new players better and more smoothly get into the game. So give him your tips and info how it's done, and I will catch you on the next stream, and we will see if we have something exciting for that one. Maybe if we have some of the content for the sieging machineries, or some of the updates for the Unreal Engine 5. Let's see if something like that could be ready for a little sneak peek in the next stream. Alright guys, again, thank you very much for tuning in. All your supporting questions, donations, subscriptions, I really appreciate it. And yeah, I hope you have a good night. I'm gonna do a little raid and yeah, thank you for all your support and the question and tuning in. I appreciate that you are tuning in on my streams as well. So that tells us that we want to keep doing them as long as you want to tune in, participate in the streams as well. All right, let me see. What do we have? Shall we do our raid to clean then? Let's see. All right. Here goes then. Again, thank you so much. I appreciate all of you. And yeah, here goes. Raid to clean. Tell him how it's done. Show him the tricks. Welcome in the game, and don't push him out, guys. That wouldn't help the player base currently. So do your magic, and catch you next time. Have a good night. All right, bye bye.